If you would, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I believe allegiance to the flag of the States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Before we look at tonight's agenda, I did want to point out that we have a new face among us. Joe Tagliaboschi is our new city manager. I wanted to introduce him to everyone. Words, I know I didn't give you a heads up, so.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor. Members of the council, I appreciate your support, and will do my best to uphold the honors and traditions of former city managers, and we're going to try to do our best every day to make the city proud of us.
Thanks, Joe.
Happy to be here.
I've worked with Joe for a week, and it's just been a pleasure. So I'm looking forward to all of you getting a chance to meet Joe and spend some time with him. So
come by my office. It's lonely in there.
Yeah. Okay, so the next item on our agenda is just to actually approve tonight's agenda. So I'll start with the council. Are there any questions or changes that you'd like to see in tonight's lineup? All right, then I'm going to go to seeing none on the council. I will go out to the public then. Are there any changes or comments regarding tonight's agenda? Okay. All right, then I'll bring it back to the council for a motion.
I'll move to approve the agenda.
A second? And Katie seconds. All those in favor? Aye. Thank you. All right, next up is approval of minutes. So there are two sets of minutes from December 10th, and then we had a special city council meeting on December 26th. Are there any questions or comments from the council on the minutes or any changes? Okay. Any public comments or questions regarding the minutes from December 10th and 26th? Okay. Bringing it back to the council. Is there a motion? I moved to. Okay. Katie's moved to approve. Second. All right, I guess I saw Jack first, but it was close, it was a tie. All those in favor? Aye. All right, so those minutes are approved. Next up on the agenda are council reports and committee assignments. And I usually just do kind of a round robin, so I'll start with you, Jack.
I have nothing to report.
Okay, Terry?
I have nothing to report either. So I'm getting assigned different committees.
Yes, we're going to talk about committee assignments later, so that's a good point. Katie? No, I have nothing to.
I enjoyed crabbing today out on Trinidad Bay. That's my only report.
Thanks. I had to get my notes, so apologies for that. So I have a couple of quick ones. On December 12th, I went to the Humboldt County Association of Governments, or HCOG meeting. We reviewed the unmet transit needs again. It was the same presentation that was given here at the City Council on in November of 2024. So nothing new to report there. One thing I did want to point out is that Councilor Jack West was recognized with a proclamation from HCOG for his 12 years of service on the board since 2013. So that was quite nice. Yes, and we'll be talking more about Jack's service in a few minutes. There was a hazard team meeting on December 17th that I attended in Eureka. Probably the only thing to note there is that the Humboldt County overall hazard mitigation plan will expire in March. And so a new draft plan is going to have to be done by May 1st. So you can see there's like it's 2 months late, but still that will get done. And Trinidad will be providing information. We'll be feeding into that plan as well. And there were several grant opportunities mentioned, which I have sent to Angela. Hazardous Materials Response Authority, HMRA, met yesterday for their quarterly meeting. Good news is in Q4 and all through last year, there were no major hazardous material incidents. There were just a few little things, some meth labs and some house fires and things like that that they were called out on. So they've been focusing mostly on. And then I think that's it. There's a LAFCO meeting tomorrow morning, but we'll see when we talk about committee assignments who will be attending that. So. Okay, back to our oh, let me stop there. Are there any questions or comments from the public regarding the committee reports? All right. With that, then I'm going to turn over to the city manager for the staff reports and to the Humboldt County Sheriff's Department, Lieutenant McCall, for the law enforcement update.
So I'll turn it over to Lieutenant McCall, and then I'll do the staff report on behalf of the city as we're transitioning city manager positions. Lieutenant McCall.
Good evening. So yeah, looking at December stats, looking at stats for the city of Trinidad itself, I'm showing here we had a total of 34 calls for the month of December. The most in that was transfers to other agencies. So again, that would be things like fire or medical. We had 5 Trinidad patrols, 4 patrol checks, a couple each of like follow-ups and welfare checks, and then everything else was single digits. That the noise complaint, 1 assault, 1 attempt warrant service at a beach patrol, general disturbance, 1 petty theft. We did have 1 search and rescue incident up there. And then like a suspicious circumstance, suspicious vehicle investigation, 1 vehicle repossession, it looks like. So looking at that, busiest day of the week during the month of December was Tuesday, and that was in the afternoon, afternoon hours being the busiest between 12 and 8 p.m. afternoon, evening. And then looking at those numbers in comparison with the stats for the greater Trinidad area, so, taking in West Haven and outlying areas that are outside of the city of Trinidad proper, I'm showing 134 calls for the month of December, which was up a few from November, but obviously kind of gives you an idea of the when it comes to those numbers up there, that looks like at least for the month of December, a lot of the calls in that area generated were actually outside of the city itself. In those, for the greater area, we had 173 calls for service, 173 total. 7 reports were taken. We had 2 arrests on those, 2 felony and 2 misdemeanor each investigation. And then nothing that stands out. We had with those ones, which probably would include inside Trinidad. So there's 1 assault, which was probably the one already referenced. A couple of burglaries, 1 vandalism, a couple of general thefts, 3 disturbances. We had 21 patrol checks. So that would be just conducting proactive patrols, or it could be a patrol check or something called in by somebody. And then just of the other miscellaneous calls that don't really fit the major types that kind of track in here, there's 134 of those for the month of December. That's pretty much what I have for stats.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Are there any questions for Lieutenant McCall? Any questions from the public for Lieutenant McCall to go back and fight some more crime? Jack West has a question, Lieutenant McCall.
This is not a question. I just want to thank you for coming to me so often. The first years on the council, you didn't have me doing this, and I think it makes a big difference. So I just want to thank you very much for coming to the council regularly and giving us.
No problem. I obviously can't make all of them, but I do my best to try and get on as many as I can. Obviously, having the option to be able to zoom in with all the other stuff that goes on, it definitely helps make it a little bit easier to hop on these and be here to provide those numbers and answer questions when I can.
Any other public comments or questions for Lieutenant McCall? Okay, thank you again, Lieutenant McCall. We do really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, so regarding the city manager's report, I started off by saying, welcome to Joe. So Joe began on last week on Monday, the 6th, and I've been working with him closely. We want to have a smooth transition. Tomorrow is technically my last day, although there are a couple meetings coming up the following week that I will attend just again to help with the transition. And Joe's been doing a great job, and he brings a wealth of knowledge, especially in the public works arena, which is helpful for our city because the bulk of our staff is in public works. A town hall will be closed for Martin Luther King Day next Monday, the 20th. And the water tank project, the tank manufacturer, I believe today, between yesterday and today, completed the 250,000 gallon stainless steel water tank. However, will be doing some adjustments, curing, et cetera. That'll take probably about a month altogether. So we're asking water customers to remain vigilant and conserve water as we transition to include the new 250,000 gallon tank in addition to our current 150,000 redwood tank. And then under the water plant, congratulations to Lowry, who obtained his T3 water treatment operator's license. And also the water plant during December lost communication with the water tank, and that led to a visual read of the tank levels all the way between December 4th and the 13th until we were able to get a new transmitter installed. And then also heavy rains and winds towards the end of December from the 23rd until the 1st caused plant and power failures. So numerous alarms were triggered and the plant also got flooded one of those periods. And the Trinidad to Clam Beach run will be happening on February the 8th. So that will be coming up. And then also the Trinidad Museum is featuring a new exhibit of Trinidad's past and present restaurants, grocery stores, smokehouses, and saloons. And the museum is open Thursday through Sunday, Thursday through Sunday from 12:30 to 4. In addition to what was printed there, I did want to comment. Number one, the Trinidad Head steps are complete. We've replaced all the steps. It looks really great from the parking lot by the beach and the harbor up to Trinidad Head. Also, the Van Wyck Trail area, we had a sign that the trail was closed. So we talked with the insurance provider and we kept the existing posts that were part of the retaining wall and replaced the railings. And at the same time, we changed the signage from trail closed to say, beware unstable ground ahead. So we're just cautioning the public that that's not an area that they should use because it is unstable and they could get injured. But if they do end up sliding, at least the retaining wall hopefully can help hold them back rather than going all the way down the hillside, or at least getting injured by some of the berry vines and the brush. Also, during this past week, we were able to get the vegetation cut for the Axel Lindgren Memorial Trail at the new redirected portion of the trail, which means that in the upcoming week, we're going to have our engineer go down there and assess what kind of short-term improvements could be done to have the trail open by this summer. And that's what I have. If there's any questions or comments, I'll help entertain.
Any questions for Eli from the council? Any public questions or comments regarding the staff report? Okay, I think you're you're clear, and thank you so much for your service, for the last 5.5 years, Eli. Really, really appreciate the dedication. This might be a good time for a round. And with that, then we'll go to items from the floor. So this is the time when members of the public can come to the podium and speak about things that are not on tonight's agenda. So there'll be limited interaction with the council, but we can at least hear what you have to say. And again, things that are not on tonight's agenda.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Anna Davis. Site. I live on Hector Street and I'm here to express my disappointment at the installation of the 6 signs on Edward. Those are right in the middle of our view. Say to remove is just a fact. I know everyone on this council.
I'm sorry, I really hate to interrupt you. I apologize, but this is the time for public comment about things that are not on the agenda. And we're going to be talking about the whole H.
That wasn't clear to me, that's fine. So I'll just.
And I completely apologize. I just think that it'll be, I think we can have a good productive discussion if we can kind of go through a few things first.
I'll be back.
Yes, please, please. All right, other public comments, and again, things that are not on tonight's agenda. Right, seeing none, then we will move right along to tonight's consent agenda. Are there any questions from the council regarding the consent?
I'd like to request item number 4 be addressed separately. Just briefly.
Right. Any issues with that from the council to pull that? All right.
Yeah, I don't think we need a
Don't see
motion.
any, I don't think we need a motion if, and it looks like everyone's fine with that. Do we need to get a public comment on that? So we're going to pull item number 4. I'll go ahead. Are there any public, any concerns about pulling item number 4 from the agenda for discussion? I don't see any, so we're back to the council. So let's go ahead and start with item number 4, because I think that'll be relatively quick.
Okay.
Does that think, Bryce, or?
Yeah, it has some numbers associated with it.
Okay.
I just wanted somebody to go through that real quick, make sure, I understand how the change to the contract affects the bigger numbers or.
Okay, so I'm gonna, I don't know if this is Gabe or Eli, Joe, okay, great.
So, your question specifically, Councilman?
Well, it's second page of item 4.
Starts on page 41 of the packet.
It's past that.
I am familiar with the budget item, so, all right. So just for those who are listening, the city has an agreement with the Department of Water Resources for our water tank for replacement project. There have been some changes that occur as part of that process of the project padding either out of scope or changing condition, and generally the rule of thumb for construction projects that have these kind of changes. It was originally supposed to be done by August of 24, and now it's been pushed out to August or to March of 25, as Eli reported earlier. We should be filling that tank for the next 15 or 20. Everything gets approved. This change for $95,000 was what this change.
Yeah, Angela's here also, but that's for the GHD. So they needed that for the budget for work that they are doing. Is that correct?
It's because of the extended timeline. So when the project went from August to March, that added increased oversight and project management costs, and that's what this is related to.
All right, well, is that being funded out of the grant?
Yeah, it's all grant funded. Yeah, we will have some contingency left, and Angela is our grant manager is going to discuss that in a later item, but just a quick overview. There is a little bit of contingency left. There's more to make some additional pipeline towards the water treatment plant. We're a little bit short of getting that now. It looks like with the contingency and some of the additional funds we have left over from other grants that we can use towards this, our grant is going to probably result in hopefully completing that water line all the way to the water treatment plant. So yes,
there's no like cost overrun.
There's nothing on the general fund. It's
Okay, good.
within budget.
Just wanted to make sure.
It doesn't even touch the contingency. So we're pretty good.
Okay, good. Thanks.
Yeah. Hope that answered your question.
So
Does that need separate approval then from the consent agenda? I think it probably does.
I think it does.
Yeah, so
Yes.
that we separate.
Yes, and we also need to,
For it.
yes.
Do you want to do the consent agenda?
Let's-
So it's.
Yes, I was just gonna say, yeah, I think Steve Ladward was supposed to remind me too.
I've been holding my tongue, Chair, say.
But he's not up here anymore, so you're gonna remind me. So let's first, council, is there a move to approve the consent agenda minus item number 4? Okay, and is there a second? All those in favor? Aye. Thank you for my being a little behind there. And then now, is there a move to approve the separate item number 4 that we pulled from the consent agenda for payment to GHC? I so move. Okay. And,
Second.
okay, Bryce will second. All those in favor? Aye. Thank you for helping me along with my administrative tasks. I think we're all caught up there. So with that, we have completed the consent agenda and the item number 4 that was pulled, and we can go ahead with tonight's discussion and action items. And the first is Resolution 2025-01, acknowledging the public service of Jack West. And I am pleased to read the resolution for Jack. It is an honor. So this says, acknowledging the public service of Jack West, whereas Jack West served as Trinidad City Council member from March 13th, 2013 through December 10th, 2024, and Mayor Pro Tem from January 2019 through December 2024. He embraced his role as a public official, encouraged the community to engage respectfully with one another, promoted inclusive and balanced decision-making processes, and rarely missed a meeting in over 12 years of service. Whereas a longtime resident with a view of Town Hall from his front door, West made community harmony one of his top priorities. His thoughtful and inclusive nature ensured that all perspectives were welcomed in the discussion. He provided steady leadership for 3 city managers and shared the table with 13 fellow council members during his tenure. West's reliability earned him the Mayor Pro Tem role and made him the automatic go-to alternate, backing up his fellow council members on their committee assignments. For many years, he served as the city's representative to the Humboldt County Association of Governments, keeping the city informed on local and regional transportation initiatives, and provided monthly updates on the status of Highway 101's last chance grade. Whereas West's love of the outdoors and passion to stay active earned him the Trails Advisory Committee Chair position, which he also held for several years. He welcomed each member and the groups they represented to the table and worked diligently to keep the town's beloved trails open despite Mother Nature's relentless efforts to make them challenging to use. Whereas West was committed to bringing tribal governments together and protecting cultural resources. He served for several years on the Chirai management team, recognizing the significance of the Chirai village site and honoring the heritage of all Native Americans. Whereas West's patience and helpful nature made his wife, Jan, the envy of many of her peers in town, earning him a lifetime honorary membership in the club. On any given day, you'd find him on a ladder, decorating, hauling boxes in and out of the town hall, volunteering and coordinating many town events, or asking city staff how could he help to initiate improvements to preserve the town's facilities. Whereas Wes did his job. He showed up for meetings prepared. He was actively engaged during development of the short-term rental ordinance that now serves as a model of success for other California cities. He provided steady leadership and listened with empathy to all perspectives and often reminded the public during challenging discussions that compromises must be reached on both sides to set good policy. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of Trinidad congratulates and thanks Jack West wholeheartedly for his wholehearted and dedicated service to the citizens of Trinidad and to the future well-being of the community. Thank you, Jack.
I do want to just leave with a couple of things. First of all, I just want to thank the city council. Over the years that I worked with just terrific. This is good. I've talked with councilors from other cities, and I think we've just been doing a terrific job here and working very well together. So, for Eli, on the city manager, Bill, this has been a real pleasure. We'll all keep this going. But the other part of this is just the whole community of Trinidad. I think I've said this before. They come out of these meetings with headaches and not always very happy about everything. There's been a lot of difficulty at times and throughout the community. And there's some of the people who have been the most vocal about things that were going on will come up and shake my hand and thank me for doing the service. So this is a great community. It's a great city council. I'm really proud to have been a part of this, maybe not for 12 years, but I've really been happy with the community and the work how they've helped us work through some of the difficulties. So thank you. And one other quick thing, HCOG is going to come up for tonight for somebody to get on it. And Cheryl has been doing this. I don't know if she wants to continue, but it's a great place to go learn about Humboldt County. So if you like to learn about things, you want to go to some really interesting meetings, they were fantastic. So thank you very much. I'm sorry to be going, I think, but I don't.
Yeah, we're sorry too. Our next item is Resolution 2025-02, acknowledging the public service of Steve Ladwick. Whereas Steve Ladwick served 2 full terms as a Trinidad City Council member from December 14th, 2016 through December 10th, 2024. He embraced his role as a public official, encouraged the community to engage respectfully with one another, promoted accountability and fact-based decision-making processes, and recognized city staff for their work and dedication. Whereas Ladwick served as mayor from January 2019 through December 2022, he provided strong leadership through 2 city manager transitions, 4 city elections, and faced many challenges with an even keel and a sense of humor that helped break the ice during difficult discussions. He kept environmental and economic resiliency his top priorities, representing the city on the Trinidad Bay Watershed Council and on the Redwood Regional Economic Development Corp. Whereas Ladwick championed initiatives that protected the natural and scenic resources of Trinidad, he voted without hesitation to support programs that kept the general plan update process moving forward and implemented thoughtful long-range planning concepts. He was not afraid to speak his mind on controversial issues that would have an impact on Trinidad for decades to come, and supported water conservation measures to protect the city's water supply throughout the droughts. Whereas Ladwick had a unique talent for keeping public discussions focused, engaging, and productive. He learned from mistakes and celebrated city success. He participated thoughtfully during complex annual budget discussions, encouraged public engagement in civic matters, and calmed the room when nerves ran hot. Whereas Ladwick was committed to protecting cultural resources, recognizing the significance of the Chirai Village site, and honoring the heritage of all Native Americans. He participated in many government-to-government meetings with tribal representatives where information was shared and valuable insight was gained that helped to shape policy. Whereas Ladwick was committed to the well-being of the community, He provided strong leadership and guidance during discussions related to the city's drinking water system, recognized all voices and opinions, and helped the community find balance on many complicated issues. He kept it real and always found a way to translate government speak into common, understandable language that promoted interest and engagement. Whereas Ladwig honored the past, embraced the future, and inspired his friends and colleagues to keep thinking outside the box. Now, therefore, it be resolved that the City Council of Trinidad congratulates and thanks Steve Ladwig for his wholehearted and dedicated service to the city, to the citizens of Trinidad, and to the future well-being of this community. Thank you, Steve.
If I can just say a few words, thank you very much for everyone's support. I kind of echo what Jack was saying. Serving on a council is a lot of work. It's very rewarding and at times very stressful. And I want to really recognize the 5 of you now who are taking the council into its next round. And I'm going to get a little goofy and philosophical because that's who I am. But your role is really the hub of the wheel. And if one of the spokes of the wheel is out of true, the whole wheel wobbles and you can't really make any progress. And those folks go out to the Chirian Society, to every committee that you're going to be on, to the Yurok tribe, to the citizens and residents from Big Lagoon to West Haven and so on. And really, when you feel you're out of true, when you're wobbling down the road, think about which spoke needs a little bit more energy. And really the folks here in the audience, I love seeing a lot of involvement, and it would be great to see more civic engagement. So thank you very much. Thank you very much for this.
Guys heading to the bar, is that what I heard? Okay.
I heard there was a salute. So.
Okay, so let's resume our agenda then with item number 3, which is a discussion decision regarding Cycleton HSIP project, GHD contract amendment for supplemental construction engineering services and review of pedestrian safety improvements. And with us tonight is Josh McKnight, who's going to help us kind of walk through where we're at with HSIP and the project. What we're going to do is we're going to have the council. We're going to have a presentation. The council will have a few questions, and then we're going to go to public comment. So I'm going to make sure that we have lots of time, and we can hear from the public.
Right. Quick correction, Josh Wolf, not
Josh Wolf.
I said
McKnight.
And I don't know, Joe, if you want to do any introduction or you want me to go ahead. I think you're all right. Excellent. Well, good evening, council. Good to see everyone again. We'll go to a short presentation. I think Dave's going to get teed up here in a second. Great. So like I said, I want to do a quick just overview of the project. You can go to the next slide. So we're going to talk about the HSIP project. It's a brief outline of what I want to talk about. So a little bit on the project background and funding, overview of some of the core project components. Those are the components that were included as part of the bidding. We were also able to add some additional features during construction because we had some excess money available. And then specifically, I want to talk about the Everett Street improvements. I know there's some concern with some of the features that were installed, namely the RRFBs and no parking signs. So we want to talk about those and then present some potential options to address them. So starting with the project background. So this project's been around for a number of years. Back in 2021, the city was awarded nearly $800,000 from Caltrans for a highway safety improvement program project, or HSIP, for 3 different set-aside safety projects. They included installing edge lines, in centerline striping, upgrading guardrails, and pedestrian crossing enhancements in town. These improvements are consistent with the critical areas that were identified as part of the city's local road safety plan. And these included pedestrian safety, addressing aggressive driving and speeding, distracted driving, as well as intersection safety. The project started construction back in July 2024, so it's well underway, nearly complete. We do expect it to be fully complete in February. There's just a handful of items that the contractor will pick up here. So starting just again with an overview of some of the core project improvements. These are the edge line and center line striping improvements. There was 3 locations that were identified for these improvements. Stagecoach received edge line, which is the white fog line you see on the edge of the roads. West Haven Drive got fog lines or edge lines, as well as center line striping. And then Trinidad Frontage Road, which are both in city right of way as well as county right of way, also received edge line, center line stripes. The other component was guardrail upgrade. So this was replacing old non-compliant guardrail systems with the current standards for safety. There's 4 locations that received these improvements. The first one on Patrick's Point Drive is just north of Main Street. This is actually in county right away, but it's got a partnership with the county. And then there was 3 locations on Scenic Drive, south of Main Street. We also received Lastly, the pedestrian crossing enhancements. So this included new or enhanced crosswalk markings, curb ramp retrofits, RRFBs, as well as signage and striping enhancements at 3 different locations: Main Street and View Ave, Edward Street and Hector Street, and Edward Street and Galinda Street. And the photo at the bottom there shows improvements that made. And as I mentioned, there was a number of improvements we were able to add during construction. There's a pretty competitive bidding environment. When this went out to bid a year ago, resulting in around $100,000 of excess money available during construction. So we worked with council and staff to identify some improvements in order to maximize the benefit of the grant for the city. Now, the first one here were really striking and marking improvements on Main Street. So there's Main Street intersections near US 101. So there's a lot of cool deteriorated striping and markings around that intersection. You can see the photo there, top photo on the bottom. Says pre-project, shows what the pre-project conditions look like. Crosswalk stripings were nearly gone. There's no stop markings. Center lines, bottom shows what the same intersection looked like after all legs of that complex intersection around 101 to the treatments. As you all know, we are also able to add 4 speed humps to both Ocean and View Ave. Included signage, striping, and markings intended to reduce vehicle speeds on these local roads, as well as discourage cut-through traffic, so reduce vehicle volumes as well. To discourage people from using these to cut through both Main Street and Trinity Street. And lastly, the Edward Street improvements. Because of the excess money, we were able to do some additional work on Edward Street. This included reconfiguring the lanes and a wide shoulder on the uphill side of Edwards or south side of Edwards with a buffer. This was to enhance pedestrian access. There's no dedicated sidewalks on Edwards, and then with the closure of Vanwood Trail, the Coastal Commission city can do some enhancements to improve connectivity and safety on Edwards. So these improvements were done in order to I want to briefly talk about rectangular rapid flashing beacons, or RRFBs, because I know this has been a contentious item. So I put together a slide just to provide a little bit of overview of what these are. So RFBs are a pedestrian activated safety device. They are used at crosswalks really to enhance visibility, increase driver awareness of pedestrians wanting to cross the street or in crosswalks. They're utilized by pedestrian coming up to the post, pushing the button, and then it activates the light bar, which has alternating lights that flash, attention to the crosswalk.
These are generally a low-cost treatment, and they do provide a really nice enhancement for pedestrian safety, so they are widely used. Yes, there's a number of applications in Humboldt. They're typically really effective at mid-block crosswalks or crosswalks on uncontrolled lanes intersections. So mid-block crossing would be much like you have right in front of town hall, where it's not an intersection. And then control leg of intersection, so an intersection doesn't have a stop control or a signal, so vehicles don't stop. FHWA or Federal Highways has done a number of studies on RFPs over the years, and they've shown to really increase driver yielding rates. In fact, it's shown that RFPs can increase driver yielding rates of up to 90%. I used this really just the other day when I was in Trinidad. I used one of the crossings. I was out walking with my son. There were vehicles coming up and down Edward Street. I did push the button. They're coming pretty quick, and I was surprised how quickly people drew attention to the crossing and they stopped. I think a year ago it probably wouldn't have happened. I probably would have to wait for a clearing before I could cross the road. And studies also show that RFPs, intersection with RFPs, do reduce collision rates involving pedestrians. So they're, again, very effective in safety process. The other question we got is, well, why was Edwards and Hector selected for RFPs? A number of reasons, a few of them are listed here. So, because most of you know, Edwards Street is one of the busiest roads in town, along with Main Street. Sees large volume of traffic, and it's a really wide variety of traffic. You have local residential traffic, commercial, and recreational. I throw in there. You have visitors that are maybe local, not even a lot of visitors who are out of the area, tourists who are not familiar. Crosswalks are also the only pedestrian route between Upper Trinidad and the downtown area and the lower beach and harbor. If you look at the graphic here, we're trying to draft out in dark blue. Those are the existing sidewalks in Trinidad. And then the dashed lines are, the shared use facilities. So like I said, on Edward Street, there was a shoulder area that's wide, that's been widened, and it's intended for pedestrian use. And that yellow box there, right at the Hector and Edwards intersection, you can see that is the only connection between them that's dedicated for pedestrians. It's a very important intersection, very important connection for pedestrians. Number 3, Edwards, again, is not a stop control. It's not stop control at Hector. So, there is really limited street lighting in the area. There is an existing street light at the Galindo intersection. That's about 90 feet or so west of Hector. And so while there's a light in the vicinity, it's really quite dark. I drove by there tonight for a council meeting, and it was pretty dark. We could see. So, I think the safety enhancements is really important for us. Also, just want to show you a couple of additional slides here. So, the other concern I've heard is that maybe people weren't aware of this project, and I just wanted to bring to light to some of the past visuals that were presented. This is an example of a visual photo rendering that we've done actually almost 2 years ago, before the project was construction, while still in design. So the left side showed what the intersection looked like prior to the work, and the right side is a photo simulation of what we thought it would look like following construction. In this, I sort of switched the view. So on the left side now is that rendering you saw on the last screen. So that was done 2 years ago. And on the right side is a photo I took a couple days ago. So you can see they're very similar. The outcome of the project is nearly identical. Really the only difference is the widened shoulder, which was an improvement in the study during construction. So it wasn't something that you saw at the time. But otherwise, you can see the location, the signs, their size, stature, and whatnot, the stripe. That's all really done. I also then have a series of photos I just want to show everyone from a few different aspects I was able to grab. So this is on Edwards looking west at the intersection. The next one, I just highlighted some of the features that stand out. These are really, I consider sort of man-made features and non-natural features that are in the area. You can see this. In addition to the 2 RFP signs, there is seascape, the sign for the seascape, the sign for TV Smokehouse, and there's a street light in the background. There's a stop sign. This is looking south from Edwards. through RFPs, the different signs. You see the bench in this photo now. Up in the foreground. A little further up Hector, a little bit, everything's a little fainter, but see the RFPs there. Signs, seascape signs still there. This is taken from the church steps. So, a lot about this is one that's provided from some residents in the area. I want to show this one as well. Yeah, so you see the RFPs, the seascape stop signs. So we have had some conversations, obviously, with city staff, talk about some of the concerns and think about some of these. Next one for a few of those. There's certainly others potentially as well. The first one would be to reduce the angle of the solar panels so we can match Edwards and Calindo. And I think this might have actually been done today, if I'm not mistaken. Everybody try to tell, we already advised the contractor to do that. But on the right side, you can see how there's two different versions of these are the signs that install solar panels on top or different angles. So you could ask the contractor to reduce the angle so it wasn't sticking up so vertical. Reduce that if it hasn't already been done, and really just reevaluate this, give it a little bit of time, reevaluate it, see how they work, see what the impact is. And if it is still a concern in several months, or 6 months, or different. But then the other options really involve changing the intersection from what we've already installed. The first one would be RFPs, so that would be taking off the solar panels, taking off the control panel. The light bar would be removed to put it up. It's just a static. I feel like this is not an improvement that I would recommend. Because, a few slides back, I explained why I put these in here. There's some concerns with this intersection. We want to be able to enhance safety to the best of our ability. And these features are obviously also less safe, not being than it is today. Also potentially expose the city to some increased liability. Again, we put these in for a reason, and to take them out for concerns over the visual impacts could expose the city to some additional scrutiny. Last item here, number 3, would be just entirely remove the sign, so that we take out the entire light, the entire system as you see today, the signs, the solar panel, everything. Just the crossing, again, I would highly recommend just doing that for the same reasons. And before I turn it over to you, I also want to talk about the no parking signs on Edwards. So this had also come up. So there's 2 no parking signs included in the project. This was in addition to the red curb paint that already exists. The signs were added in order to further discourage vehicles from parking on the shoulder. I understand that it hasn't been a problem historically, but remember we did widen the shoulder, so it used to be around 4.5 or 5 feet wide. We did the lane configuration, that whole shoulder area for 7 feet wide by design, which is just about wide enough to get a car in. So we were concerned that by having a wider shoulder, we encourage people to stop there when maybe they did historically, but now you have to do so. So they were added for enhanced visibility on regulation, but certainly there's the concern of council. They are not required. Zero again wants us to do nothing and reevaluate at a later date. I think the signs could be removed. They are recommend that you reevaluate in the future. If parking patterns become a problem, people start to park on the shoulder occasionally. To put those signs back in addition to some enforcement. The other option with taking out the signs is we could add some additional enhancements like stenciling parking on the curb or stenciling the parking. I think that is the last.
Thank you, Josh Wolf. You and I exchanged email, and so in disclosure, I will just mention that one of the other potential solutions could potentially be a win-win, but might cost a bit of money. And that was, I had maybe suggested that we look at in-ground lighting across the crosswalks with posts on either end that would then replace the need. We might not be able to do it, immediately or anything, but, and you had some comments about, I guess I'd be curious about the efficacy of those kinds of systems, but also like the longevity, I guess, is a concern.
Yeah, so there's a few things with that. Yeah, it's in-road lighting, so they look a lot like the retroreflector glass beads you see on the road, but they actually have LED lights in them and they could light up, and you tend to put them on each side of the crosswalk. They're still push button activated. We typically do them in combination with the signs though.
Okay,
So I wouldn't recommend taking the signs down, and you also need a power source. So you either need to PG&E system, so there's some cost with getting new meter connection, or you have to retain a solar system. The other challenge with those, a number of those have been installed in Humboldt County over the years, not in some time, but maybe 10 years ago, that was a new thing. We found a lot of problems with them. I mean, due to our climate, anytime you put something in the ground, it gets wet, cause problems with the wiring, wires can, radio systems fail. Trying to repave the road, you have to entirely replace the system because it was very big. It's not something we recommend anymore. Almost every agency is now on with the RFPs. It's low cost and they work very well.
Okay, thank you. And I think the other communication that took place was January 11th, 2022, which was the local roadway safety plan. And that's available online if anybody wants to get a copy. That included public outreach via the city's website, a public survey, and some other city council presentations and stuff. So that was back in January, early January of 2022. So I just wanted to mention that as well, so that there was, communication is always a challenge. We can talk about better ways to communicate, but I did want to comment that staff had taken those steps as well. Other questions or comments for Josh from the council?
Josh, do you have a figure for how much the flashing lights cost to install? Ballpark figure.
The in-pavement?
Pardon?
Are you asking about the in-pavement lights?
No, the flashing ones that we have.
Oh, the current ones?
Yeah.
I don't have the number on the top of my head of what the bid price was. They're probably $15,000 for that intersection. They tend to be about $8,000 each.
Feet for Edward Street.
For this one.
So 15 each. So 15 for the one on Hector, 15 for the one on Glendale, approximately for the cost. That doesn't include installation.
So that would be installation. That would be
okay. Thank you.
Is there a secondary market for these? Sell or recoup some costs?
Josh, I have a question. What would the advisability be of removing these signs and simply putting up stop signs?
Stop signs are a little bit more challenging. There are more regulations around adding stop controlled intersections. So you have to do an engineering study and a warrant analysis to determine if it's actually here. California, you're not allowed just to put up stop signs without really using engineering. Showing need. We don't think this intersection would qualify the stop sign, especially given how close it is to the next intersection. In fact, there's not a lot of traffic volume on that.
And the same reasoning apply to the second intersection further down.
Yes.
Can you talk about the grant that we got for this and cost of returning some of this equipment or taking some of this equipment out?
Yeah, that's a good point. So if the council is interested in taking these down, I think we would definitely need to engage with Caltrans because these were purchased under an agreement with the Caltrans. They're essentially paying for them. If we take them down contractor, I don't think there's a secondary market for these, or they take them, but I don't think they're going to pay us for them. Maybe pennies on the dollar. So it would be a cost, and we would have to see if Caltrans would still reimburse the city for that cost, or if the city would be on the hook given that it's already approved and installed.
One additional comment, Mayor. Josh did a great job on the presentation. I appreciate it. The Coastal Commission also recommended these pedestrian improvements as a part of the Van Wyck Trail kind of pedestrian safety movement. So I think that as well.
That's an important add. Thank you.
I have a question too. I was wondering if there's any creative solutions on, having something more like waist height or like creating concrete posts where, you could still have some sort of flashing capacity for, citizens to walk across the road, but we're so high and potentially like maybe even lowering the solar panels or removing the solar panels.
Yeah, I don't know if you noticed, but when these first went up, the solar panels were actually even higher. And we had asked the contractor, actually had them go through town and lower every single one to get everything as compact as we could. There are regulations around sign clearance and ADA requiremats. So signs have to be at least 8 inches clear so people don't hit their heads on.
Yep.
So we can't lower these. They're already set at the minimum elevation that's allowed by code. But there are other options that come with the cost, certainly. You could try to replace this system, for example, with one that's hardwired into PG. Probably a different system. So there's things like that, and this could be, like I said, this could be things that we can look at over a period of time if we don't have a decision today.
I think it's also fair to comment when you think about signs and signage and their height. Engineers and the California MUTC, which kind of helps make these traffic control device decisions, considers accidents. So if you think about what would happen if a car hits a sign that's lower, they worry about that sign going through the window. These signs are now engineered to kind of go up over the roof of the car. So those kind of considerations are the kinds of variables that engineers consider when they're installing these signs and the height of the sign. So there's a lot of variables in engineering decisions, and that's part of the decision-making process.
Did anybody comment about like any prior accidents that occurred at either of these intersections or?
Yeah, I don't think this was a warrant-driven or a traffic-related. It was, as I mentioned earlier, the Coastal Commission was asking us to provide pedestrian access to the beach, and then with trail closure kind of expedited that decision. In addition to that, a traffic study program that you all did in 2020. So 2022, sorry. So this was both trying to provide safe pedestrian access, trying to comply with the Coastal Commission's requirements, and GHG's efforts to kind of help do both of those things with the sensitivity of our coastal environment and all the other variables that come into making that decision.
Thanks.
And we also got had a lot of fair amount of public input through the community survey, and then also at prior council meetings we had the discussions, people expressing concerns about walking down Edwards, and a lot of anecdotal stuff about near misses, but yeah, no examples of accidents per se. But there was a lot of concern about that being the main thoroughfare for both walkers and bikes, although you don't see as many bikes going down the end. The traffic has increased. We're not as much the rural community. We still are rural, but we're not quite as rural because when tourists come to town in the spring and summer, we get quite a lot of volume, a lot of traffic. So people were concerned about that, and that came up quite a lot. Let's see, other questions or
like for me, I walk that trail, that road every day. On the Galindo, I was always fearful of cars coming around the corner really quickly, and so for me, having a somewhat of a light there was nice. But we're Hector. I mean, you can plan ahead. You see cars coming up for half a mile. You just wait until that car passes. There's no reason you need to stop traffic while I'm coming and please let me go.
Yeah.
There was a need there, I think. for me, my view.
The one thing that stood out to me about this intersection is that it's in a pretty congested area, especially on nice days. Can be a lot of vehicles, especially tourists coming into town, and I think there's a little bit of distraction there. A beautiful coastline, people looking for parking, people looking over the bend. Again, opportunities to provide enhanced visibility of pedestrians is important.
No. I mean, when we first talked about it, I was kind of in that camp of maybe one down by the Marine Lab and hadn't quite, seen as much of a need here, but we also rely on the data and the engineering team to provide us with their recommendations. I have anecdotally now noticed it does seem like people slow down, like walking down there now, I see people kind of slowing when they get to that crosswalk, and that, that's super anecdotal. So I hesitate to even say it, but it has appeared to calm traffic a bit. Whether 2 is the right number versus 1, I'm not quite convinced yet. So, but that's where we're at. So that's just my opinion at the moment. Any other thoughts? And then we'll open to public comment.
One thing is, I have a statement here from a resident of Trinidad who is deaf and has poor balance. And she said she's sorry that the signage seems to disrupt views, but for her it's a godsend because she has trouble crossing the street because she can't hear traffic.
Thank you. All right, unless there are other comments for Josh Wolf or questions at this time, I'm going to prepare to open for public comments. And I want to disclose briefly before I do that I did have a communication that took place with Andrew Davis, and he and I looked at the site. So I did do a site visit, and I don't know if this counts as ex parte, but he shared his concerns about the view shed. Asked about how the decision came about, expressed his opinion that the signs kind of violate potentially the city's own ordinances. And so we do have our city attorney here tonight in case those questions come up so we can address those. And we talked about kind of how this, most of the stuff that's been public about, we didn't really share anything that isn't public, but I wanted to say that despite that interaction that I had with Andrew, I'm still impartial and can base any future decisions on this matter solely on evidence and public input that is presented to the council. So that's just my disclaimer about having, when we have conversations outside of council and then that it becomes an agenda item, then we just need to be really, clear with the public about what conversations have transpired. So does anyone else have any conversations they'd like to disclose that have happened offline on this matter? Okay. No.
I had a conversation. It was just walking down the street. Does that count?
If there's anything that, if it's regarding this project, and if there's anything that maybe we haven't, we're not publicly stating tonight that would influence your decision in any way?
No, I don't think so. Okay. I just was aware of the unhappiness around the signs.
Yeah. I err on the side of caution on these kind of things, so I just prefer to be above board myself on everything that's been discussed. Okay, with that, public comments, please. Andrew, I see thank you for letting me do my little preemptive discussion.
No, that's great, thank you. I wanted to add actually on something you said in terms of the slowing down. As we observe that intersection at Hector Edwards quite frequently, you'll be slowing down there. The only reason they're slowing down in Galindo is there's a poorly designed and poorly graded sidewalk there, crosswalk there that in fact pushes the water up onto the sidewalk that goes down Galindo and some but that's. I wrote an email that's in the public comments, and I just wanted to kind of see if anything on that can get addressed. I don't know if you want me to bring things up point by point, or if it's whoever can respond to that, everyone go about that. So I'll let you kind of guide me on that.
I have council read public comments from,
Yes.
okay, because I have, and I think at this point, we could ask you questions if you have some, my understanding, Andrew, is that at this point, there's a view shed concern and you would like the signs removed. Is that your position?
Correct. That is my position and several others. Ron's position. I think specifically in the email, I pulled out 2 ordinances. One, it specifically says that signs shall not significantly block the view shed. And actually this picture here, I think illustrates clearly that we have in fact done that. And so that clearly to me violates our own city ordinances. That's chapter 17, section 17.60.05.
So there, I have 17.56.160, and you have which one now?
17.60.050.
Okay. And do we want to take a pause to answer the concern about whether the signage is legal? Because that was one of the conversations that Andrew and I had. So when you say that the city's violating its own ordinances, the ordinances, I understand, and I should defer to the city attorney, Russ, I don't know if you want to make a comment. My understanding is those ordinances are public facing, and that the city is actually, has the authority, if you will, as a city government to put traffic signage into place. Am I close to being correct, or?
Yes, and then having communicated with the city planner as well, Trevor Parker, so the general city's position in this circumstance would be the ordinance regarding signs would specifically control. There's a specific exemption for design review in the ordinance for traffic circulation, safety related signs of this nature. Workforces within the public right of way. Those signs, again, being generally exempt from design review, and they're also typically categorically exempt for CEQA, category exemption.
What section is that traffic circulation, et cetera, that you're talking about?
The sign ordinance, it'd be 17.56.160A5 on public safety.
What does that say?
It says public safety and directional signs not exceeding 2 square feet, including no trespassing signs, and it includes little campaign signs, etc.
So, and I guess I'm sorry to interrupt, because I think we can continue this discussion. I feel like whether it's legal or not is maybe not as salient a point as can we come to a solution that is, ensures public safety while at the same time, to the degree possible, protects view shed, right? So for me, and it's public comment time, so I want to go back to you, Andrew, but I don't know that we want to get into, if it sounds constructive to talk about whether it's legal or it's not legal versus what do we want to do, what solutions do we want to come
Well,
up
I think the important part, if we want to skip the legality part for just a moment, the important part about that is I was aware of the project, I was aware that there were discussions about crosswalk, I was aware of all of this, understanding that some presentation was given, at 1 or 2 meetings, and there were a few. The view shed ordinance should have come into play there in the thinking as it was going on. And I wouldn't have thought that I would have needed to defend it because of this ordinance. This ordinance very clearly states in my mind that this shouldn't happen. You can say, and fair enough, you can say that there's CEQA and all these other things, that's great. But very clearly the spirit of the town is such that this shouldn't happen. I think secondarily, just to bring up the next section, the response that I received from, I believe, Trevor was that, well, this doesn't really have to go through a design review. And I would actually challenge that as well. It appears that the reference was to the accessory structure exemption that is in our town code. Now, maybe what you're talking about, what you discussed in that 17.56, et cetera, covers this as well. But I would have thought that at least some story poles would have gone out as a nice gesture to the neighbors. We even have in our town code our town ordinances, and I'll quote this, this is where view considerations are involved, the applicant is encouraged to contact property owners within 100 feet and show them the layout and profile of the proposed structure. That is in 17.60.060. And so I'm a little disappointed in the town that they wouldn't show the good faith and show, and you know, model the good behavior that we'd like all of our town people to model. That they wouldn't undertake that. So I don't think it falls, personally, again, that seemed to be the feedback that I was getting, was that this is an accessory structure. This clearly isn't an accessory structure by any definition, and also by our own definition. So there's no, again, there's no way this could have not gone through the proper design review in my mind, but maybe there's an exemption, again, that legally may or may not hold up, but is at least the town's position. So.
And Andrew, are you asking for, I think you and I discussed this, but I'd like to hear it from you. So the request is to remove them completely, not just the flashing or?
Remove everything. They shouldn't be there.
Okay. All right. Any questions for Andrew from the council before we move on?
What's your take on the other set, the Galindo?
It seems to me that it's on a blind curve and it ain't gonna do a whole lot. I think, and my wife will probably speak to some stuff on her a little bit, but I think there's some research that shows in rural communities, of which I understand your point there, but that really these kinds of signs are very ineffective in doing anything for traffic because it is a rural community. They're just a bound traffic, but so I wouldn't put up any of them, frankly. I think people can keep their heads on a swivel and are smart enough to understand when it's safe to cross and when it's not on their own, and we don't necessarily need to make that for them. For instance, the one down below, I just cross higher. I still cross higher even though there's a crosswalk there because I don't want to miss that curve. Why would I do that? So I walk that road every day. I see some, for the most part, I see very well-behaved, well-mannered driving, and then you see the odd one that's not. And I don't think any signs or anything else we're going to do is going to change that. So.
Okay. All right. Thank you for your comments. And I'd like to invite others to come up and, yes.
I have a public comment.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you were getting up. Yeah. Yeah, I love it.
We're gonna get to you. I promise.
I'm Katie Breckenridge. I'm acting to read for Deborah Frame, who gave me this text. She couldn't be here. She's deaf, and so she asked me if I would read it for council. Hello, my name is Deborah Frame and I live on Underwood Drive. One of my neighbors has kindly advised me that she intends to express her dislike of the 6 new crosswalk signs on Edward Street at tonight's meeting. I, however, have a very different opinion of the signs and would like to share it with you to see if we can find a solution that works for everyone. Apparently, some or all of the new signs are disruptive to certain view sheds, and I am entirely sympathetic to that. We live in an exquisitely beautiful area that shouldn't be tarnished with a lot of unnecessary signage. Having said that, I do believe these signs are an excellent safety measure for a road that sees a lot of traffic, both from residents and tourists traveling to and fro from the beach, the harbor, the restaurant, the marine lab, trails, and homes. The signs give drivers a heads up that there's a crosswalk ahead and they should be watchful for pedestrians. I appreciate this both as a pedestrian and as a driver. My personal experience with the signs is that I have not found them to be objectionable at all. On the contrary, I was really happy when they went in. They make me feel much safer when crossing the street while walking my dog. I am 100% deaf and have a significant balance impairment due to surgical removal of my acoustic and vestibular nerves. I cannot hear oncoming traffic, and I am unable to cross the street quickly. If these signs alert drivers to my presence, hallelujah. I need all the help I can get. Although my disabilities are somewhat unique, I think there are a number of seniors and families with young children in our community who might appreciate the signs for the same reasons. I'm wondering if lowering the signs will make them less intrusive to the view sheds, or if there's a different kind of signage that is less obtrusive, but still effective. I like having the signs where they are for safety reasons. However, I can appreciate other residents' desires to maintain beautiful, unobstructed views from their homes. I've met so many intelligent, creative people in this town, and I'm hopeful we can find a way to maintain views while maximizing safety.
Thank you. All right, let's continue with public comments.
So we all know I'm disappointed. We all know I don't like any of the signs on Edwards. And I have given you guys all a letter that has been signed by a number of neighbors who live on Edwards and on Hector and Underwood that are impacted directly by the signs, and some who are not, who all unanimously feel that these take away from the quality of the neighborhood, impact view sheds, and that they are simply, that their impact on safety is overstated. I know how strongly people feel about views here. I know that you guys know how strongly people feel about views here, which is why I assume that this was primarily an oversight and why people were not reached out to for comment. This is a small community, a tiny community. I volunteer, I'm on the chamber, I'm in the civic club. Most of my friends I've met on the beach with my dog. So I feel very much part of this community, and it makes me sad to knowing how much we value views to have this happen without somebody saying, hey, this is going to come in and it's going to impact, right? I feel even worse for the Winnettes, who fought very hard to make this a livable small town, and their view was the most impacted, and they are very, very upset. They've signed on. I'm sure they could speak for themselves. I care very much about the safety of our residents and our pedestrians. I am a pedestrian. I walk all over this town. So clearly it's important. However, I personally do not have a problem walking down Edwards. And don't feel that these signs have made me safer while doing so. And I'll tell you why. I have a number of statistics from the NHTSA that kind of point to my thinking. Pedestrian deaths, and I'm going to go straight to deaths because that's what we're trying to prevent, right? Pedestrian deaths occur primarily in cities, with only around 15% occurring in low population areas like ours. 75% of those deaths are on streets outside of intersections. 76% happen at night and are more likely to occur in parking lots and on private property such as driveways. 66% of pedestrian deaths occurred in places without sidewalks. That's not reassuring for us on Edwards, obviously, but it points to us trying to solve a problem with a sign that is meant for a sidewalk. The most dangerous time to walk is between 6 p.m. and midnight, and the group most likely to die in pedestrian deaths by a huge margin are people over the age of 20. I want to mention that because obviously children's safety is paramount. And I do not feel like in our small community, they are in danger from what is happening on our streets. Per the data, it is not someone driving 5 miles over the speed limit that is the concern, but someone driving 30 or more miles over the speed limit, or someone who's driving under the influence, or both. Those types of issues get solved with enforcement, not with signs. With these facts in mind, it's clear to me that the signs put up at the crosswalks were meant as a Band-Aid for a problem that is unlikely to occur here, that has not occurred here. And even if this were a real danger, the signs would not be an effective solution to that problem based on the reality of when and how pedestrians get hit. Moving on to parking signs. Already understand what a red curb means, and they do not park there as of now. We have people in the audience who live there. They don't have any problem with people parking on the red curbs. It just doesn't happen. And they just are an eyesore and serve no real purpose. I understand we got grant money, but I feel like just because we get grant money doesn't mean we need to spend it, especially with a town that we all know is hugely unfriendly with signs. I do want to point out one thing about that, which is kind of aside. It's hard to tell with the cameras distort perspectives. I welcome anybody who wants to come to the council, to our house, to look out of our window, especially at dusk. All of those other signs are light blue and they disappear in the background and they're low. Those signs glow between 4 and 5 p.m. and anytime there's cloud cover, the first thing my eye goes to is yellow. It's the way that we perceive color and go to the brightest object. And the first thing every morning and every evening is what I see is those signs. And it's, you know, mildly rage inducing to be like, oh, what a beautiful view. And then there's a big yellow sign in front of it. Along with my fellow neighbors, I respectfully ask that the council remove the sign from Edwards and to think of us as neighbors who should be informed about significant changes to the landscape of this town and changes that directly impact our properties. Ultimately, I want to believe that the decision was made with a desire to allay fears. I hope the statistics I just shared have shown that our pedestrians have very little to fear in the first place and that different solutions exist for protecting them from being hit by cars. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any questions?
Any questions? All right, we'll hold our thoughts and please.
I'm going to be in there and I live on Edwards and I'm going to give a completely different perspective. I'm a little concerned that you're encouraging people to cross at the window crosswalk. And the reason for that is that as people come up, on a boat, you're on a boat, you got to pick up and you're on a boat that's 5,000 to 6,000 pounds. And that means that the stopping distance is extremely short. To get up that hill, you have to gun it, as Mr. Kinney can testify. So you're gunning up the street with a 6,000 pound boat behind you, and suddenly you come around the blind turn and you have to stop. And let's presume that you do. You're between you and the boat's 50 feet. If you stop 50 feet and you have another one behind you, that's 100 feet. You're dead on the right. You're just not, the next person up is going to click. And I don't know if anybody's considered that. I understand there wasn't a traffic study on that, but somebody should at least consider that when they're talking about having people cross at the window crosswalk. Thanks.
Thank you. Josh, did you want to make any comments about that or move on for now?
Yeah.
Okay. We'll come back to that in a minute. All right, please.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jeff Berry. I live at 829 Edwards, about halfway down towards the beach from Hector, basically halfway between Hector and the window. In fact, one of those no parking signs is just right in my front yard. I moved here 2.5 years ago with my wife and bought that house because of the views it has. We have a great view to the south off the deck. We also have a great view to the west, where I look out over the Pacific Ocean and watch the sunset every night. Now I've got not 2, but 4 huge, bright orange signs, sometimes flashing lights at me, interrupting that view. The signs are gross, they're unnecessary, they're large, they are 14 feet tall. The no pedestrian or the pedestrian crossing pictogram is 30 by 30, which itself was that 1.5, that's 6 square feet. And the arrow sign is a 24-inch by 12-inch sign, and that's another 2 square feet. So each pole has 8 square feet of signage on it, which I don't know if that complies with the codes that we've got in the municipal code, but they're awfully large to me. I know that pedestrian safety is a paramount concern. I mean, that's a stated obvious truism. But it's the problem is the routing of pedestrians downwards. That's the problem. If we had Van Wyck open, we wouldn't have to have all these people going down to the beach or down to the seascape or down to the pier, walking down Edwards every day, which is what they do. There's no signage directing anyone to go down Van Wyck. In fact, as far as I can tell, the city council doesn't want people going down there, even though it's an open trail. And the trail has not been fixed. The trail is not very passable. I walked it yesterday. You have to jump down that little thing, and the area where they put the rails up is, I guess, better than it was last summer, but it's still not adequate. And that's the solution here. The solution is not to have everybody walk down to the beach, walking down Edwards that has, I mean, just wait till all the crab trucks come and all those big semi-rigs every day, every minute. I mean, there is a lot of traffic on that road, and it's not the safest place to have people walking one way or the other. So I think we're all looking at this backwards. We need to get Van Wyck open and get the people off of Edwards. That's what we need to do. Now, going back to these pedestrian crossing signs, I'm very appreciative of the problem at Hector. I don't think that's necessary. Got to take that one down. The one down at Galindo is also unnecessary. It doesn't, I agree with Tim. You don't want people crossing there anyway. And then to have it in that fashion and from the south and the north, I mean, I think people are being channeled to walk down the south side of Edwards. So why do you need a crosswalk to get them to go north? Just so the students that are going to the lab, they're not parking down there. I mean, they're parking in Marine Lab's parking lot. They don't need to cross there. Nobody ever crosses there in that direction. And if you're already having people walking down the south side, they just turn left and go right down Galindo. They don't need to turn right to cross Edwards. So it never makes any sense to me. I've lived in other communities that have signs just like this, and they're not at all what we have here. Those are large urban environments or heavy suburban environments where there are a lot of people and a lot of foot traffic and a lot of cars and a lot of intersections and things like that. You don't have them in a situation in an environment like we have here. So I think if you want, I object to all of those signs, the ones at Hector and the ones on the window. I think they ought to come down. If a stop sign is something that somebody could be or should be considering, I'm open to looking at that. I think that would perhaps be something that people, it wouldn't be bright orange, it wouldn't be 14 foot tall, and it wouldn't flash in the middle of the night, and it wouldn't need solar panels and all that stuff. I've also seen the lights in the sidewalk surface themselves, the one that the engineer was saying are kind of maybe the way they used to do it and they don't hold up well in our environment. I've seen them in other areas and they're remarkably effective. They light up and people see it and they slow down. And so if you really want to do that, if you want to try to control it with flashing lights, I would recommend that we actually do that. And I'd like to have maybe some more current information as to how long they will live and the maintenance that are related, because I think what we heard this morning from earlier receiving from the engineer was that anecdotal evidence from 10 years ago kind of thing. I'd like to maybe pursue that if you actually do want flashing lights, which I think are necessary. Having lived on Edwards for 2.5 years, I have never once seen a car parked against the red curb. Okay, so the idea that people are going to be wanting to park there or have parked there in the past, or that's a problem we can address with belt and suspenders. You know, red curb might be great, but let's put a no parking sign up too. That'd be even better. Never once. Okay, 2.5 years. So why do we have to have those? Take those down. I understand that a traffic study was not done for this, based on comments presented earlier this evening, for those signs at all. And
there was a traffic study done in town for the city proper, but I don't recall if it included Edwards. I thought it did, but then I think someone said it did not. So do we have clarity on that? Was Edwards included in the traffic study? Does anybody know?
You're talking about the local safety.
Yeah, no, we did a traffic study.
Traffic health.
The city
parking
traffic engineering.
So just the parking study was done. So no traffic study was done to inform. I thought it was traffic flow and all, motion and view and so forth, right?
Yeah, last year we did do traffic counts in town, and I believe Upper Edwards was included, but that was not as part of this project. It was not a traffic study. I think, I want to be clear, we did not do a traffic study. What we use is engineering judgment and do engineering analysis for installations like this, but not a formal traffic study, which is different.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, we had done traffic volume, right? And I misspoke. calling that a study, but it was a data collection process.
Right.
So,
Yeah, I understand you did this, the survey to the citizens of Trinidad in January of 2020, which was right before I bought my house, so I wasn't able to participate in that. But what I did see, in preparation for this meeting, I looked at the minutes for like city companies for like the last 9 months. And there was discussion in there about how you did do a survey for the folks that live on View Street for their speed bumps, right? Well, and you wanted to get buy-in. You wanted to find out, do people on your street want this? And they all said, yes, we do. That was not done, as far as I know, on Edwards. Did anybody come by my house in the last 2.5 years and say, this is the things we're going to put up? What do you think about it? Nobody did that. And so there's just kind of a lack of communication. I mean, these things were going up all fall and nobody knew what was going on. I'd go up there and talk to the engineer person with a clipboard, or I talked to the contractor or the guy with the shovel digging the holes. Nobody could tell me anything about what was going up, when, what it was going to look like. I just kind of a lack of information.
I'm going to need to ask you to wrap up public comment soon.
Let's see, anything else?
Get to everyone.
Just request that these all taken down. I think we'll say there.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. We really appreciate it.
I want to just add one observation to what you're talking about, Jeff, because I guess west of the Marine Lab, there's a state park trail, dirt trail that comes down there, and it's part of kind of the trail network of Trinidad. A lot of visitors do that loop through there, and that's always been kind of a problematic intersection there, because when they come down and get onto right where Edwards makes the sharp turn downhill, it's very narrow, and there's, it's been a little hairy there for a while. And I think that's why one of the reasons they decided to go up to Galindo and put a crosswalk there, so the people using that circulation system, kind of walking through town on the trails would have an option, a better option for crossing Edwards. Just wanted to point that out to you.
Other public comments? Taken.
Hi, everybody. Aaron Haken, excuse me, I'm getting over cold. And I want to be very clear for the record that I'm speaking to right now currently as a resident of town. I think that's a very important distinction that'll be important here in a second. I do want to start by just with a general comment. I have to believe that we can get to a compromise as a city that's going to meet the needs and scratch everybody's itch, so to speak. And I want to kind of begin that with, or add to that by saying, we need to make sure that the solutions that we choose for our community are right-sized for our community, right? And the recommendations, respectfully, that are put forth by the experts that we contract with and hire, again, match the character and the vibe of our community. Because it came up in the public discussion and was included in the notes tonight, there was an email exchange between the city clerk and Mr. Davis, and in there's, I think, a mischaracterization of my position, and I wanted to clarify that for the record. Specifically, there's an email response back from the city clerk. This is, I guarantee you, unintended and not designed to do this, but the paragraph reads, regarding signage aesthetic and whether or not they're appropriate for the village character of the community. That's an entirely different question. It was on at the March 13th meeting, planning commissioner, in parentheses next, and resident Aaron Haken has stated his support of the crosswalk enhancements, but questioned the need for both locations, Hector and Melinda. So, and then there's a link down below, hyperlink, which was provided that takes you to the written comments that I submitted. So my issues with that, or my concerns are, one, that it's represented first, that I spoke as a planning commissioner very clearly in my comments to the council, in my written comments and in my spoken comments that night. I very clearly, as I did tonight, stated that I was speaking as a resident. Okay, and I think that's a very important distinction because I worry that the way that's worded, it could leave the impression of somebody that perhaps a planning commissioner weighted and was in favor of that. That was not the case. Specifically, if you were to actually go to the link that was provided, and I appreciate Gabe that link being in there, it says at the top, City of Trinidad resident. I do believe pedestrian safety improvement is a good thing. I think a crosswalk on Edwards is a good thing just to help people crossing back and forth. I did question the necessity of two of them. I thought perhaps one located mid-span, within that distance might be more appropriate. I brought that to the council's attention at that time. I was silent on the issue of signage, right? I spoke in favor of a crosswalk. I was silent on the issue of signage. So to imply otherwise is not quite accurate. Elsewhere in my document, that I won't go into it, I talk a lot about the visual character of town, and I say one of the best features of our town is the lack of signage, and that we're very careful and judicious about where and how we put signs in. And respectfully, Mr. Gann's point, just because we have the legal ability to put a sign up doesn't necessarily mean that we should put a sign up. It's kind of my personal opinion. So just because we can doesn't always mean that we should, and that might not be the right solution. I'll kind of close out here with just saying that getting back to finding a compromise, I think those in-ground pucks are an interesting solution. I think I'd like to see them explored, and it might cost us some money, but we might have to spend some more money to do the right thing for our community and the character of our community. Just simply having a crosswalk painted on the ground is a vast improvement over what we had before, and perhaps that's enough, and that's what the city can live with. So thanks.
Thanks, Sarah. Other public comments? Fleishman.
Patty Fleishman, I don't live in town. I think the signs are awful looking, and I think they should go down. They're really kind of an abomination, and the no parking one is really overkill. Nobody needs a no parking sign when there's red curves, and so I just support Mr. Berry's and the Davis's comments that I don't think we need them. I think we can be responsible drivers and pedestrians, and we don't need that kind of direction.
Thank you. Other comments? All right. Seeing none, I had a public comment, but it isn't a recommendation for one or the other, so I'm not going to read it into the record. It was just someone who couldn't make it tonight. Who's ill. So, yes.
Maybe Jonathan.
Gosh, yeah, yes, please. Did you want to try to close the loop on some of those?
Yeah, there's a couple comments, I think, specifically around the window crosswalk. First one I had is about the curb ramp design, some drainage concerns. The ramp was not constructed adequately. You should know that the contractor's already been notified. They may have started demolishing that today, and they're supposed to be forming it up tomorrow to improve drainage on it. So that was already recognized, and we are addressing that. The crosswalk there specifically does have a bit of a bump, and that's a result of ADA accessibility requirements for crosswalks. It's a road that is around 6%, 7% crosswalk. So it's just the reality of ADA and standards for connectivity and accessibility. Questions about the wide window in general for crossing. So I'll say that although there wasn't a marked crosswalk at Galindo historically, there was a curb ramp. So whether it's marked or not, the crosswalk is implied there. It's an intersection. So it was a crossing, again, whether there were signs or anything else. We did take into account the site visibility, or we call it the stopping site distance of the corner. That's why the hedges that were there were cut down as part of the project and visibility. Advanced crosswalk sign was placed around the corner. Why the RFP signs are double-sided, so that you have to get all the way in order to see the sign on the right side before you actually see the sign on the left side. So certainly consider. And then as far as connectivity, I think someone probably brought up the marine lab and the trails in the area. Definitely did look at connectivity through town, and I showed you that image earlier about Hector being the only connection really to get to the lower beach area. We also identified that Galindo crossing would be bring connectivity to the marine lab and other facilities in that area. I think it's been a few years, because I recall the elementary school voiced support for that because they get to walk their students down Edwards and that area. So it was important to provide a few things that came
Two things, Josh, and thank you for that. Can you talk to the council about the necessary or the requirements for having signage with the paint markings on the ground, specifically the no parking sign, what that means as far as citations and the ability to enforce that? And also, I think there's a little misconception about the lighted crosswalk and what that would mean, the signage. Can you speak to those things? Thanks.
Yeah, so for the no parking signs, I did look into this a bit more, and you may have a different opinion or some different knowledge. I looked, and from my understanding is that you do not need both signs and markings. The curbs are enough to enforce citations if people park there with red. So I think that's why part of our recommendations or options are that you could remove the signs. I think that's entire. As far as the in roadway lighting for the crosswalks, I mentioned this, but I wouldn't advise putting in roadway lighting without also having addition to the signs. So recommendation to do signs.
Would they have to be the same height signs? You think they'd be?
Yeah, they would.
Same, but with.
They'd be pretty close. It'd be a little bit less because it would have the light bar in between. In between the two yellow signs, and we have the light bar, so the top sign could come down a little bit, and then you'd lose the control panel and solar panel.
Yeah, I think I'm thinking of the European ones, which are just like little posts. Each.
Yeah.
So Josh, can you follow up on, there was a remark made that the signs might actually be 8 square feet. Does that look accurate to you, or?
Yeah, the top, I have to do the calculation. The top signs are 30 by 30. That's accurate.
Okay.
The bottom signs, I don't know. 12 by 24.
Is that about 8 square feet then?
It's less. It's in the ballpark.
The reason I'm thinking it might be important is because I thought I heard the city attorney say that the safety signs are exempt if they're 2 by 2, but exempt from design review.
It's an interpretational issue in the city's ordinance, but there are other provisions that the city could potentially cite as well for exemption from design review. But in the city ordinance regarding signage, it does classify, it does recite 2 feet by 2 feet. Recite for directional signage exemptions.
So any sign that's less than 2 by 2 is no design review required?
Yeah, well, that's, again, these are old ordinances, but anyway, that's what it contemplated. The exact language was A5, public safety and directional signs not exceeding 2 square feet, including no trespassing signs. That's as specific as the ordinance.
Yeah, I'd say these, I would consider these directional signs. These are advisory or warning signs. A directional sign would be like, Highway 101 turn sign. This is not a directional sign. It's more safety focused.
Yeah, and
so the definition in our code specifically excludes traffic control signs, political signs, and there's one other exclusion. Signs posted by public agencies typically excludes.
by public agency, right? Okay. Okay, thank you, Josh. And unless there are other questions for Josh right now? All right, then I'm going to bring it back to the council. Yes.
Would it be possible to follow up to that? Just a quick, one.
Yeah, real quick. Do that, and then I'm going to bring it back to the council for consideration.
The only challenge or kind of thing that I can't square my head around is the view shed ordinance that I cited specifically calls out signs.
Yeah.
And so we keep talking about these other places, but the new ordinance and the one that was put in more recently specifically calls out signs.
So this is specifically in the sign ordinance 17.56.
Understood.
160.
But 17.6 specifically calls out signs as saying not to obstruct the views of certain places, including where this one's.
Yeah, I don't.
So
I mean, that's a lawyer. I'm not sure which one supersedes, but I would imagine a traffic control device and safety device. kind of has some kind of a superseding value over. You're talking about two different things, right? We're talking about design review for aesthetics versus safety for traffic control.
Correct, but just because we're talking about safety doesn't necessarily mean that our codes preclude it from design review.
It's specifically excluded.
Except another ordinance doesn't.
No, there's no exceptions on this particular sign.
17.6 says no sign shall block the view of Trinidad Harbor.
I'm not going to.
All right, I'm gonna cut this off. I'm gonna cut that off. And
Isn't the forum which you would, in essence, adjudicate or argue the legality of the circumstance?
Yes, thank
That's really
you.
not within your agenda item, and it's not in our purview to give the council.
Yes, yes, I agree, and thank you. I was about to discussing that. Yeah, this is why I didn't want to go back and forth on this topic.
If I can note that.
At this point, but yes, Eli.
From what I gathered from what Trevor had said, she said that code section applied to commercial signs. So in other words, if someone is advertising a business, such as the couple signs that are there.
I mean, that was my interpretation. That's why I said earlier. But to Russ's point, we don't want to get into adjudication of this. If we need to go that route, we will. But the purpose of this forum is to hear public input, for the council to consider its prior decision and to decide whether or not we want to change anything about that decision. So bringing it back to the council, what are the thoughts at the moment?
Yeah.
Katie and then Jack. Katie, you had something you wanted to say?
Yes, I find myself of two minds as I listen. And I'm wondering if rather than being pressed for a decision tonight, we could keep this on the agenda for the next town hall and let the residents know that this is going to be discussed. Because I know when there's an upswell of opinion, it's very persuasive. And there may be a lot of opinions I haven't heard that would also be persuasive. So I would think that's what I want to see is another meeting.
I love to point out the fact that as a council, we made such a big point about these speed bumps and how we really cared about our residents and getting everyone. I mean, we walked door to door to get everyone's signature. That says a lot. We care. I mean, we wanted the right thing for our town. Our town's special. It's not these lights are perfect for the Eureka and Arcata, but we're Trinidad. We're kind of different. So I feel like we kind of failed as a council at the time to let that one slip. We were so focused on the bumps at the time, we just forgot about the signs and asking for community involvement. I mean, I feel like we should have had like an advisory committee with the people, the stakeholders about these lights beforehand. And it got kind of hidden in our approval of the whole master plan. There's a lot of good points. I mean, I love how the street's smaller and there's a walking corridor on the left-hand side. But yeah, as a resident of Trinidad, I don't like the view obstruction of the most beautiful spot of Trinidad. So that's my.
I thought I'd also just add in is I'm a mom of 2 young kids and I have a dog and walking. I mean, so I just don't want to applaud that the construction work on Edwards has made it more walkable and just more safe and more accessible. But having 2 young kids and dealing with a dog and all of that, like, I don't know how many times I've had like panic attacks walking down that road. And I just also want to acknowledge, all the residents, and having gone through a planning commission issue at my home before, I just know how stressful it is and how much it really does take away from your enjoyment of this beautiful place. And a long time ago, I was leading a yoga retreat in Bali and we were there, and like the whole time there's just so much construction. And I feel like when you're in paradise, there's always construction. And I want to acknowledge that the people on Edwards Street have also really been dealing with a lot of those construction issues. And so I think that, taking some time, like Katie mentioned, to just reflect on what our goals are for, the Edwards reconstruction project, including these signs. I certainly think those parking signs could be removed immediately because it seems like everybody's pretty much in agreement about that. But, you know, I'm thinking about the mom holding a stroller, like how do I get down to the beach with my kids? And still the Van Hook Trail isn't really an option. So I think we could do more to just make it more walkable, more safe, like Deb, and bring your concerns into it as well, because obviously there's a huge view obstruction issue here. The lights are obnoxious, the yellow's obnoxious, so I very much empathize with what you guys are going through.
Thank you. Bryce, did you have anything you wanted to?
Yeah, this is a difficult decision. There's an old saying that goes, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. I'm sure that if everybody who came and spoke tonight would have come and spoken at the earlier meetings when this was all discussed, the signs probably would have never gone up. But, you know, things being what they are, we have them now. And the question is whether we should take them down. To me, there's great irony in the fact that the Coastal Commission was urging us into this because the Van Hook Trail was being closed. Did they forget that all the closures were temporary? You know, so we seem to have kind of done something permanent out of in reaction to something else that was supposed to be temporary. So how did that happen? I don't know. I do consider myself somewhat of a fiscal conservative, so it bothers me that the city, you know, if we took these signs down, we might have to come up with $30,000 of our own money to reimburse the grant funders. In a town of less than 400 people, 300 and change, that, you know, I can't just blow that off as, you know, jump change, because I don't think it is. So I guess I would try a motion that's conditional that if Caltrans will let us, you know, keep, say, half the cost that we would otherwise have to reimburse, then I would be in favor of taking the signs down, the flashing crosswalk signs. But in any event, the no parking signs should be taken down. A stencil no parking sign, you know, put on the red zone would be the better option. So I don't know if there's a second to that, but that would be my motion at this point.
But I agree with the stencil part. So I'm not, I couldn't second at this.
Does everyone understand what I'm?
Yeah, but I think I had made a proposal previous to your.
Oh, did you make a motion? I'm sorry.
Well, it was sort of.
Well, you can't just do sort of a motion. You make a motion or that.
I do make a motion then.
All right, okay, so Katie, you had the floor earlier and apparently intended to make a motion. Do you want to make a motion first and then we'll see how that goes with council and then Bryce, or will that work for you? Are you okay with that? Okay.
I propose that we have this on the agenda for the next town council meeting, and that word go out in a purposeful way to the community, so that if there are others who have strong opinions, they have a chance to be heard, and that we not make a decision other than about the parking signs tonight.
So would your motion include a continuance of this discussion, but we do agree to take out the parking signs and put the stencil in? Is that what you're?
Yeah.
Then I would second that. So I guess we'll put that one to a vote and then we'll, right, and see if it passes.
I think the substitute motion goes first there.
Which one does?
If there's a second for the substitute, I think that one goes first, right?
Okay.
In the original motion, I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, there's Russ, so.
Yeah.
What? We got ourselves.
Procedurally, council member Kenny's motion would have precedence unless he defers.
Okay.
Yeah, I defer because she intended to make a motion. Worded it inartfully. We can have it in.
I should make that very, very clear. All right, so we do have a motion from Councilor Breckenridge to allow for this to be agendized and an amendment to get more public input from both the proponents and those who, and the opponents, more voices. But we would remove parking signs and put just no parking stencils instead, because I think we've all agreed that those are.
I will allow time for us to figure out alternatives.
So yeah, look into, by the way, we could look into Bryce's suggestion to understand, we haven't had a chance to really understand.
And the hockey pucks in the streets
Yeah,
as
and the
well.
hockey pucks on the street. So that was are we okay with that motion as it stands? So defer plus remove. Okay. And I second it because that was kind of where I was headed personally. All those in favor? Aye.
Let me just qualify that I'll give a grudging aye because I really appreciate everyone coming out here tonight, and I hate to make you go home without a final decision having been made. But half a loaf is better than nothing, so I vote aye also.
All right, so the motion passes. And Josh, did you want to say something about this before we get too far?
Just clarification. So for the no parking stencils, like them on the curb, or can we put them just on the pavement, which might be a little bit better, just give it the curb? Or we can use our judgment. This one, contractor will be out here this week, so I'm going in the direction.
Do any of the members of the public have a preference? Yes.
I'm
on the curb or on the pavement?
Why isn't stenciling at all?
Forget the stenciling, just.
We never had a problem. The curbs right now, there's like white markings that pretty clearly indicate. They were painted to mark our driveways. They've got all this cross hatching. I mean, why just?
So don't have it say no parking.
It never was a problem. Now we've got more painting. Why do more painting? I don't think that makes any sense. I just
well, that
signs down and leave.
Can we still do citations if they're red? Okay. Okay. That was, I just wanted to make sure, because it's not that we ever do citation. If we did, I'd like to have the option.
Besides that, we have half a gallon of white paint left.
Yeah. Okay, so I think we're clear. I think we're good. Thank you.
Okay, and then Josh reminded me that we have the second part, which is the contract amendment.
Okay. All right, let's continue and thank you everyone for your input. And I don't want to defer, and not get to this, but I feel like, we really need some more time as the council before we spent a lot of time talking about this in one meeting to just say, we're going to take this action. But I think we'll get to a solution that works. I believe that.
Just in terms of how this is going to get communicated, I mean, what would be like? I just would like to look for it because I never got any notice about the signs going in my front yard. I mean,
in general, everything is communicated via the city's website and through the council meetings. That's kind of those are the communication methods you can count on. In addition, we did do some extra things around the speed humps that I think was the best practice. I think we've learned that was the best practice that we should emulate in the future in any of these kinds of activities.
So will that be happening on Edward Street the next meeting?
So now it feels like putting out, for example, story poles and things like that wouldn't be useful. So what would you recommend? What would you?
Well, I would recommend that what happened with speed bumps also happen at the street.
Yeah, we could do that now and just, in terms of where we're at with the project and that's going to be discussed again in the next meeting.
Because I don't think a lot of people in Edward Street, whether you had it in the meeting, I don't think anybody would.
Would flyers door to door, because I know that I was involved in canvassing Ocean, And so I had to go and knock on door after door after door. People weren't home. But I had nothing to leave. So maybe flyers under the mat.
That would be more helpful.
Can I ask?
All right, I'm gonna need to,
Like we might be doing this.
yes, thank you.
Are we looking for notification of the meeting or what kind of communications are you guys asking for that will be helpful?
Clear communication that there is a conversation about the signs.
Gotcha.
My community input, I have reached out to certain neighbors. Most of the people in the letter I submitted are directly impacted. We clearly don't like the signs, much like people lobby on people that have speed humps, we were lobbying to get the signs down, so I think it's nice to reach out to people and give them the opportunity to have it.
Yeah, we're gonna do that. So are flyers okay, or is that, and then just offer all of you here, if you just let your friends and neighbors know that we're going to be talking about this at the next council meeting, but we will get flyers out to the neighborhoods.
Yeah. I mean, we do send out the city email as well. Eli, did you?
I'm just going to suggest this because we've done mailings recently, like, for the animal control and stuff. I just think maybe a mailing to all of the residents, mainly because, like in the case of Carrie, she lives on Underwood. She uses that area, and so many of the residents, in order, as Josh was saying, this would be the route going from the upper part of Trinidad to the lower part of Trinidad and the harbor and the beach. So I think it's beneficial to get the whole community to weigh in.
Yeah.
I like the idea of mailing. It's less arduous.
Yeah.
Okay.
Say every city resident will get a letter?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think we should really address, like, how could somebody in a wheelchair get to the beach, from Upper Trinidad down, because the way the shoulder was for a long period of time, and even just having young kids like going around that curve and everything, it's there's a lot to consider, and like some people mentioned, boats coming up the hill, they've got momentum, got big machinery, and I don't think that that's our most pedestrian friendly area of town. We could probably do better for that.
Thank you. All right, so there was another component of this that we needed to discuss.
Please, the change order.
The change order.
Thank you.
So council, any questions about the change order that I believe it's an estimated additional construction engineering services amount not to exceed $6,000? Is that okay? So it's a fairly nominal amount. But
Is it gonna change now that we're not painting the no parking?
I don't think we were ever going to do that. That was new. That was net new. We were going to add that, but we're not.
So is this grant money that's just being paid out at a different rate or different timing?
That's my understanding. Heads are nodding. Okay.
Staff going to present on this at all, or do you want a motion, or?
Is staff going to, does staff want to present anything on this? I'm going to look at Eli and Gabe. Now, because Joe's.
Want to say anything about Yeah.
So it was just this is a change order that we need to approve for $6,000. I think Bryce's question was, is this grant funded? Is that the question?
It's the grant money that we're talking about paying this out of.
It's potentially. So the project is essentially at capacity. We're wrapping work up right now. There's a little bit of additional work. We don't know what the final cost is. Been in communication with Dave and Eli prior. Utilizing some of the city's reserves and both under the RMA fund. So I don't know. I think it's likely that it would come out of the city's road fund if we can't get reimbursement from contracts. Caltrans has indicated that there could be some additional ASIP money available. So we are going to work with them to see if we can make the city whole for anything that goes over right now.
Okay.
But they want to know what the final dollar value is before they entertain that. So,
but just to be clear, it's not general fund money. It's road money.
Right. It has to be spent.
Has to be one, correct.
And what project exactly was this connected with?
This is.
Same. It's the each cycle 10. Correct. Yeah, it's an amendment for some additional work. Obviously, we had a lot of work through the project for $100,000, all the speed hump work, all the additional striping. There was a handful of additional council meetings that I came to. We towards the project to extend the good
stuff on West Haven.
Yep, all the time. A lot of my time was time to oversee the construction. So that's why.
Do I need to open to public comment on this before we, yes. Are there any public comments about the change order for $6,000 for GXG? Okay, I don't see any, so back to the council. Yes, I would move to approve the change order for $6,000 for the GHG to finish the work that's outlined here.
Second.
Second, all those in favor? Aye. Okay, that passes. Thank you, and thank you, Josh, and Russ for helping us with the discussion. Okay, where are we at here? What number are we on? We are on item number 4. Thank you very much, everyone. Item number 4, discussion decision agreement with Pacific Watershed PWA for task order number 5, providing bypass flows using PWA Mark II telemeter and display bypass flows with the IoT data analytics platform. That was a nice long description, wasn't it?
You don't mess around with talking about
You do not. Okay.
We have Todd Kramer here from PWA Associates, who's going to give a little presentation and kind of a catch up for the new council members on what PWA has been doing for us and some of the work that's going to be coming up.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jody. You're welcome. Okay, so following the state rules and regulations of the State Water Board and the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, we've been reporting on bypass flows at the water treatment plant. That is the amount of water that passes past the point of diversion is used for water. And so we've been doing this since 2017 and just want to continue doing this in 2025. That includes the data platform where currently we're storing it here at the water plant. What I'd like to do is present that so you guys can go online and look at flows and stream flow bypassing the diversion plant. This is important in the summertime. Bypass flows need to maintain a certain rate of flow to support aquatic life downstream as well as users. So the data would be, at your hands to evaluate and look at as well as us reporting to the city manager or to the agencies.
All right.
Yeah.
Questions for Todd on the council?
My concern would be more overarching one that my understanding is that our water fund is one of our most distressed funds at this point in time. And are we running, I thought I saw an email that said something about $100,000 deficit for this fiscal year?
More than that.
Maybe more than that.
Yeah, so I'm very sensitive to spending money in the water department right now.
Understood, but as Todd explained, the bypass flow measurements and monitoring a requirement of our permit. So this is.
Right, yeah, this will make it more convenient for the city staff. See that in here?
Yeah, the $3,000 piece of that amendment adds some telemetry for city staff so we can help monitor flows as well with our SCADA system and have a continuous monitoring when Todd and his team are not on site. The second part of this $12,000 is part of our permitting conditions. So there are places where we're going to try to save money and continue to try to manage that budget a little better, but this is one of the places we can do it, unfortunately.
Can't do it.
We cannot save money on this, no, it's mandated by the state water board, this expense, so.
I guess what my thinking was, since it's winter time now and the creeks are all running very high, you know, we all know, so it's not really a sensitive issue at this time of year, but I understand that in the dry part of the year, it definitely becomes a more sensitive issue. I was thinking perhaps we should, you know, we put this off 3 or 4 months.
When do you start this monitoring, Todd?
Well, yeah, the platform where you'll be able to see it at your house on the desktop. It's 10 hours for myself, 10 hours for the game programmer. Plus the $350 gizmo that, because the water plant keeps turning it off, I can't manage it either. So it's a little microcomputer that would be setting up.
But the monitoring itself.
And the monitoring itself, sort of important this winter because we've seen flows drastically drop back down to this level. But yes, in the past, our reporting has been from May through first rains, October, November. That data string is what we give to the state water board and to the Fish and Wildlife.
And that's what this amendment is for.
Yes, to set that up so we can be up and running by the time low flows do occur, and then throw out the dry period until it ends.
I see. So this is gives you a little lead time to get it up and running for when you usually collect the data.
Yeah.
Is that right? Okay.
Right. Let's stay ahead of the schedule.
In either way, we don't get billed until after they do it. So when they do this reading in the summer, we'll be billed after that. So just, you know, if we delayed it now, it doesn't make much difference. Because other than the 3,000 portion, the 9,000 portion is going to come when the work is done.
Understood. Thank you very much for that.
Great, thank you. Are there any other questions?
A question from the council?
Since Todd is here, I was just going to say, when Joe and I were there talking to him, we said maybe he could just tell you guys maybe in like 5 minutes or a few minutes or whatever, just a little bit more of what PWA does, because sometimes people ask,
yes, that's
what are
true.
we doing? So
Okay.
Well, yeah, right. It's very important to understand, I think, the Pacific Watershed Associates is not part of this overrun of the water fund. I mean, we're doing this at a very low cost for the city, really focused on this local. The fund deficit has become from the operations and the other engineering firm taking over what we used to have. Of course, that's important to know. Other than that, we've been working on geologic and hydrologic studies for the city and their watershed storage contingency plan, trying to find alternatives for meet water conservation efforts. So through that, many years ago, we looked at city water and the geologic formation and how Humboldt is so special and how much water it receives in the summertime while other towns are going bone dry and importing water. So during that study, I think we helped enlighten folks in Trinidad, you know, where your water comes from, how it's processed, diversion and use, and bypass flow rates. Other than that, know that we've done a little bit of the annual reporting for the city. That's diversion and use, bypass flow monitoring, as well as the Fish and Wildlife's like a streambed alteration agreement, where we'll have an annual report due to them late March 31st. Pretty much sums up the 5 or 6 projects I've been working.
thanks.
Thank you. Thanks for the overview. We do get questions, so other comments? All right.
I would go ahead and move that we approve the.
I just need to check public comment.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Trying to trick me. Are there any public comments about the PWA contract. Okay. Okay, go ahead, Bryce.
Yeah, okay, well, I basically want to approve the change that's being requested here. Does the clerk need anything more than that for the record? Maybe the city manager can help me.
Yeah, I mean, it's task order 5.
Yeah.
For Pacific Watershed System.
Is approved.
And task 5.2.
And 5.2.
Right. And I'll second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, thank you, everybody. That takes us to number 5, and this is a discussion decision regarding planning commissioner appointments to fill 2 4-year terms. And I will turn it over to staff to tell us what is going on there.
Alexa, add cucumbers to grocery.
Yes, sorry.
Just asking up. So.
Okay.
Would you like me to do it or Gabe?
Whoever wants to.
I will. Face this, once Gabe.
Or I'm happy to.
Slots.
Okay, now, no problem. Let me pull it up.
Do we have any of the potential planning commissioners here? Oh, there you are. I didn't see. Okay, well, all right, thank you. I just wanted to know so that I can give you a chance to speak if you so choose.
So every election year triggers a planning commission appointment. And the planning commissioner is on a rotation, just like the council members are, with two commissioners up during one 2-year period, and then 3 coming up the following. So the way it's laid out right now, we've got Commissioners Richard Johnson, Aaron Hagen, and Chris Slay, with term expiring in December 2026. And Commissioners Tom Hopkins and Tristan Cole expiring in 2024, December. The municipal code allows the planning commission to include up to 2 commissioners that live outside the city limits in the event there are no acceptable applicants from within the city limits. Commissioner Hopkins is one of the 2 serving that live outside the city limits. Tristan Cole lives inside the city. There's no term limits, and a vacancy notice was posted back in November and December. And 2 letters of interest were received, one from Commissioner Cole, who who expressed interest in continuing serving, and Trinidad area resident Roland Johnson, who I believe is in the room. Yes. Is both of them are here, Tristan and Roland, submitted a letter of interest as well. So the applicants are both here in the room, and the city council is invited to have them come up, ask them questions. If you find you're ready tonight would be the night to do that. This is a month where we unfortunately have a planning commission meeting following a council meeting the next night, as opposed to the following week. So the onboarding process is a little tight. Tristan, if he ends up continuing, of course, he's been onboarded with all of our, legal documents and so on. But Mr. Johnston, if he is afforded that position tonight, we discussed, possible ways of him participating, but maybe not quite participating tomorrow, just until we can get him fully vetted. So it's up to the city council tonight if they'd like to hear from them. Make the appointments.
Okay.
For a 4-year term.
Council, would you like to hear from the 2 applicants, or do you feel like you have enough background? What's this?
Yeah, I've had the pleasure of seeing Tristan, on the planning commission, and he's very thoughtful and capable and astute planning commissioner, I would say. And Roland Johnson, I've had the pleasure of meeting before, and I know his experience and roots here in Trinidad run very, very deep, and his professional background makes him extremely qualified to be a planning commissioner. So I have no reservations about approving either one tonight.
I guess my input would be the same. I have seen Tristan in action and the planning commission, and I think it'd be great to have him continue in that role. And Roland, I believe at city council meetings, has spoken on a number of occasions and has provided a lot of really good insight. So I'm comfortable with both of the applicants as well. I also reached out to the chair of the planning commission in his planning commission role, and he is comfortable with those appointments. So that's another thing I would add.
I had a chance to work with Tristan when we had a view issue at our house, and he handled the situation really well, I thought. So I have no reservations, and I read over the email, and sounds like you're very qualified to be on the planning commission, and I appreciate you guys for doing that important.
And if either of you want to say anything, you're more than welcome. Okay. All right. Well, any public comments? Any public comments regarding the appointments? Sure.
Any question? Just Tom Rowland, I've known him personally and professionally for decades. And he is a real bargain. He's a wonderful professional engineer with SHN, and he's worked on so many important Humboldt County projects and elsewhere. And we're really, really lucky to add him to the mix.
Excellent. Thank you, Patty. All right. Then I'll bring it back to the council, and I would move to approve both of the, both Tristan and Roland for the appointment to the planning commission.
I'll second that.
And Jack has seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you very much for serving, and we're
we're very grateful.
Yeah.
For both of you coming forward.
Here. Right. Next is grant project activity report and discussion. I'm assuming, Angela, that you have been patiently waiting for item number 6.
Thanks, made it.
So I don't want to take up time going through the entire staff report because it's extremely detailed. But I do just want to give a brief overview of what the grant team does. And also I just want to note that Catherine Price Hall is on the call as well. She's one of the grant leaders. So the grant team, we're primarily responsible for finding funding opportunities for the city. City's priorities and needs, and it's reflected in all of the grants provided in the staff report. So essentially our primary role is writing, applying for those.
We're sorry, your conference is ending now. Please hang up.
Managing the grants and then closing out the projects. So we focus on the city's priorities and the guidance of the council. We perform that research on opportunities to see what would be a good fit. City, and then we apply for those grants after the correction. I do want to note that the grant staff is also always looking ahead for what is needed, and a big part of that forecasting of what will be and is needed is by working hand in hand with all of the other departments. Right now, I mean, today we discussed putting a list together of all of the items that need to be, replaced by at the water plant. And just items of public works needs. And so we're always looking ahead. And then right now, in terms of specific grants that we currently have that are active, we have a variety. We have planning, we have public works related, so streets, the stormwater project, which closed out. And we have some water projects as well, the anti and the water tank and pipeline project. I also want to add, it's really important to note that a lot of our grants promote collaboration, which in turn has helped us foster relationships with different entities. And overall, that does improve our efficiency in accomplishing many tasks. One of those was the Coastal Resilience Action Plan. And it's really difficult to get something like that done without that collaboration. And then also many of our projects assist the city in complying with regulatory requirements, whether those are currently in place or if they're anticipated to be. And I apologize, I don't recall when this is going to go into effect, but it's going to be a requirement for the city to have an alternate water source. And the Intertype project was completed. I will briefly go through some of the grants right now. I apologize, it's very long and detailed.
No, not at all. It's a great report.
Thank you.
Thank
you. I'm not going to touch on HFIT just because we talked about that project extensively. So I'm going to skip that. But one of the grants that we have right now is the local coastal program update. And I wish Trevor was on the phone if there's any questions regarding that grant issue. It'd be great to have answered those questions, but we've been working extensively on that, looking at like the cultural and historic resource elements, safety elements, visitor serving facilities. So she's been actively working on that with the Coastal Commission. And then we have 2 Calver Cycle grants. Recently, I'm sure all of you got the vouchers in the mail, but we implemented a green waste drop-off program. Unfortunately, that ended in December. But it was nice to see a lot of those invoices coming in from Humboldt Sanitation. So I was able to see that the bill was reducing that, which was great. And then through one of our Calver Cycle grants also, we've been able to, we petitioned for a budget adjustment and obtained a new trailer for Public Works. And so that's going to make things a lot more efficient too for green waste hauling for them. And also at some point, it would be nice to be able to acquire some compost and maybe do compost giveaways in the future. And so that's something that we're kind of looking ahead on. And then briefly we talked about HSIP. And then we had the the Trinidad Street Cable Rehabilitation Project that is more or less getting closed out right now. So we saw a lot of removal and then replacement of asphalt on Trinity Street. And we just had some minor adjustments that needed to be done. So that project took a little bit more time, but overall, it looks great. And yeah, so we're in the process of closing that out. And sorry, jumping back to the state parks and recreation for half of the grant. Pickleball right now, those bid documents are getting reviewed. So we should be able to go out to bid soon. I would hope that construction would be able to start sometime this spring. But again, that's a weather permitting project. So we're anticipating spring of 2025. And then we have the proposed boardwalk project. So that's going to be improving the boardwalk between Edwards and Van Wyck and the beach parking lot. And right now, council, you approved that land use agreement and it's currently under legal review. We're just waiting on clarification item. And then also the Trinidad Rancheria is reviewing it and looking to approve. So that is where we're at with that project. Coming down the pipeline, we will have some rehabilitation of roads and conforming with accessibility standards on Main Patrick's Point West Haven Drive. That project has not started yet. And we have just recently put in for the funding to be allocated to start doing some studies. So that is something that we could be seeing in the future. I know earlier Eli briefly touched on the water storage tank and pipeline replacement project. We have a construction meeting tomorrow, so I'll be fully up to date where we're at with construction, but the tank looks amazing. I was up there last Friday. We actually had a site visit with our grant manager through the Department of Water Resources, and they were ecstatic to see the project. and we took them around town. And so all the pipeline has been completed on Edwards, on Van Wyck. And I have a PRV vault installed. And we're still installing pipeline on West Haven Drive. We have a solid contingency for this project. And then we did acquire additional funding through COVID relief money when they opened it up for infrastructure projects. So we should be able to make it to the plant and actually fulfill what the project was intended to do and to replace all of that. And then I gave a few photos of the tank. I'm actually able to go inside of it. So that was really neat.
The water.
For the water.
You have a snorkel?
No.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, nice.
Oh.
It's a big tank, isn't it? Stainless steel.
So that's them actually raising the tank. So initially my thoughts were that they would just, kind of build up, but they actually would then raise the tank and then put in another ring.
Yeah, they built the roof first.
Like the British Museum.
So we're really excited. That is being wrapped up. Obviously it's going to take, just because the tank is constructed doesn't mean it's ready for use just yet. So there's a little bit more that goes into it. But it's almost there.
No, thanks for sharing that. I haven't seen that yet.
Yeah, of course. And then the Internet project. So that project has been very slow to start. We've had to go back and do scope changes, budget adjustments, time extensions. We're still in the design phase of that project, but we're hoping to get on track. We just need to have a meeting with West Haven Community Service District. And then also right now, the memorandum of agreement currently is interim, so council is going to need to revisit that. And at some point we will come to the council asking for 2 people to be a part of that negotiation. And we have other grant tasks and I'm not going to go through the close grants. Those are really just for reference for families interested. But then just grant development and grant related tasks. We're still working on the OPC SB1 grant program letter of intent that will be brought to the council. We're always still looking for opportunities for Edward Street accessibility and resilience improvements. And unfortunately, council gave us direction to apply through the Office of Planning and Research, but they pulled funding, and so no one's projects got approved. I'm still looking for the park project. And then just the day-to-days, we've worked on our stormwater permit compliance. We're hoping to submit a waiver soon to get out of our MS4 permit because we don't need to be tied to 2 permits. So we're hoping that waiver gets approved because we don't need two permits for the same discharge. And other than that, just any questions? I'm sorry, I went really quickly.
You did a great job.
That's great. I read every word of the
same
of the report. There's a lot there.
Yeah.
I had to drink some black tea.
I was drinking it while I was writing.
Yeah, it's amazing how much money we have access to now and the wonderful things we can accomplish with it. So I'm glad you guys are keeping all that going.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
I did remember something Kitty mentioned at the last meeting that's not necessarily related to grants, but that we should kind of capture, which was on the pickleball court, getting some decibel checks or whatever. Talking, there was a concern about the sound, right? About the noise level. So that's something that we may want to do before spring, just, and this, again, probably not, it's probably something staff would do, maybe Public Works or a volunteer to go out and do some sound checks at other pickleball courts. Everything that's a random kind of thing. You reminded me of what pickleball. Anyway, any other comments, questions for Angela on grants? Very thorough, very good. Any public comments or questions?
I just want to ask, where's the pickleball court? Right out here?
Yeah, it would be, resurfacing the tennis court and then adding the pickleball markings or lines. I believe.
I just wanted to acknowledge that, I mean, just based off the report, that's $8.3 million in funds that this city's received with $0 a match from the city. That is astonishing for our time. About some of the positions and the increase in the size of city staff. I don't think there's any question that the grant team has orders of magnitude of value. So thank you for that.
Thanks, Aaron. Well said. All right, I'm going to, thanks again, Angela. I'm going to move us to item number 7. This was a chance for Eli to kind of take a look back at some of the city accomplishments before I talk a little bit about the goals for the coming year.
Okay, so in the packet, there's 2 pages about what I call a partial list for the time that I've been here of city accomplishments. And I qualify that by saying based on actions of the city council and implementation by city staff. And then I prepared another one that didn't appear. Was it added today to the packet? Yeah, it was added today to the packet, which is the 2024 city accomplishments, a partial list. Again, based on actions of the city council and implementation by city staff. So Gabe is going to be pulling that up, but in the meantime, I'll get started. So the first 3 items we did talk about when I was talking about the staff report, replacing the Trinidad head steps. We were able to do that with funds that, first of all, the project was done by RCAA and the funding is through CIRA, our insurer, because originally it was RSAC, and when they switched from RSAC and REMA, 2 different organizations, they joined together to create CIRA. Any leftover funds there then were given to the individual cities. So we were able to get enough funding that we paid for the Trinidad head steps. We'll be getting reimbursed after we pay their bill. And then we're also number 3, cut vegetation for redirecting Axel Ingram Memorial Trail. That was completed this past Thursday. And again, that amount will be utilizing the CIRA flexible spending funds. And it was completed by RCAA. The second item was replace the railings on Van Wyck retaining wall and place the warning signs for the eroded area saying beware unstable ground ahead. I just wanted to give a little side note because Van Wyck Trail was mentioned before when we were talking about Edward Street improvements. So no matter how you look at it with Edward Street, when you're going from the upper portion of Trinidad and you want to go down to the lower portion, the crosswalk at Hector directs you then onto the other side of Edwards, the south side of Edwards. And then at that point, even if someone did want to go to where Van Wyck Trail is, you'd still go, you still need that crosswalk to get you across. And then otherwise you can continue down Edwards to Galindo and then over to Van Wyck and then to the boardwalk. General plan updates, we've been doing them the whole time I've been here, and more were completed. And this coming year, I think they're working on the side. Which one are you working on?
Safety element.
The safety element. I knew we had in this. So the safety element. So that's currently under work with the Planning Commission be coming to the council soon. Develop the Coastal Resilience Plan, which with the cooperation of different regional bodies, including the Churai, Trinidad Rancheria, the Yurok Tribe, the county, the Trinidad Land Trust. Those are some bodies that were involved with that. That was a grant that we had gotten from the Ocean Protection Council and addressed sea level rise. And so that was completed this year. And then now we're looking towards, again, the Ocean Protection Council for possible up to $10 million, which the grant team is looking at, where we can hopefully do the Axel Lindbergh Memorial Trail project, and then possibly some other safety elements for Edward Street in case the intersection where Trinity and Edward Street meets, and as you start heading down, that's failing and eroding where the lighthouse used to be located. So we just want to be ready for that rainy day that might rain too much, and we might end up getting some further damage that could potentially impact Edwards. Certainly that would not be the time to try to figure out what to do. So ideally we'll have that in place. Then the HSIP project, which Josh was talking about, the guardrails in a number of locations, the pedestrian crossing, and the edge line safety improvements. So that all would happen this summer. The water tank and pipeline project with the 250,000 gallon stainless steel tank, and also the water line going from the treatment plant to the tanks. So they're currently, they've replaced a certain amount as was indicated with the grants report, and Angela and Becky were able, and then Gabe and I also, to try to figure out some ways where even Angela specifically were able to shift over, and hopefully it's accepted by the federal government, some funding that became available to us through COVID. And specifically with the water tank and pipeline project, which you see up there, it says 250,000 gallon stainless steel tank. Originally, it was supposed to be a 300,000 gallon tank. And we had to downsize that because the cost increased by 40%. And then the water line, then we weren't even able to complete that water line from the tank to the plant. So now we're trying to piece it together. So it really makes sense having some of that COVID funds utilized for this. Because of COVID, it increased the cost of the project to the point where we had to start cutting back. The water emergency intertie and with the West Haven Community Service District, Angela again mentioned that, which will create redundancy. That project is underway. Basically, the engineers have been working on it, and we're going to be talking about it again tomorrow. The Parks per Capita grant is the one with the racket court and the boardwalk. So a lot of work has been done so far. The racket court potentially would cost around $62,000 to $63,000. The boardwalk will probably end up being over $100,000. Altogether, that grant is $177,000. Speed humps on Ocean and View, that ended up happening through the HSIP grant, so that happened this summer. On-site water treatment system, which is OWTS, that's septic and also Jennifer there right now, but septic too. So that's an ongoing program, and compliance now is close to 85%. When we started on that, it was in the 20%. It's really important that the water that goes into the wastewater treatment through the septic is treated properly, because then it goes into the soil, it goes into the hillside, which could potentially cause further erosion, and then also could cause problems into the bay. So if the water is not properly treated, then we could get contaminated bay, which is not a good thing. I've been in Southern California where we used to live, where they had to close beaches because of contamination. Then the water plant system improvements. We're doing a little bit here and there as needed. Unfortunately, sometimes it's just a result of failure. So when some part fails, then we just replace that. But hopefully with the increased rates and then Joe being the new city manager with his public works background, we can start chipping away maybe proactively before issues become a problem at the plant. So we were talking about that today, where, things that could be identified. We've identified a couple of things already. I see the street pavement, the rehabilitation, that project happened this summer and repaved all of Trinity Street. The Regional Edible Food Recovery Program and composting, which is the SB 1383, working also with Cal Recycle and working with the county and the other 6 cities in the county. So we're all working together collectively, which allowed us to hire 2 entities, Edgar and Associates and Abound. And so their cost is shared by all 8 bodies, meaning the county and the 7 cities, which is much more cost efficient than trying to do it on our own. And then Angela does attend those meetings along with Joe. Will be attending those meetings. They currently have moved them to twice a year, but then in between they have other meetings too. Renewed the contract with Humboldt Sanitation this past year. That's usually done every 10 years. And I was talking to Joe, the contract for cable for Optimum. So we need to reach out to them and work out a contract. And then regional planning for fire district. So CSA 4, County Service Area 4, the city's not part of it because we're incorporated. But the rest of the county around us, including West Haven all the way up to Oric, is part of that. So working with West Haven, who we now share their fire chief. So that happened this year. And then we also have worked with the county, both Steve Madrone, the LAFCO, and the county staff in trying to figure out how best to address fire issues going forward. So that's really important. And then the other thing, just as a side note, it's not included here, but now that Joe is here, we need to look at our fire hydrants. So we need to make sure that they're being, exercised properly after what's happened down in Southern California. So we don't want those issues to happen in case we need it up here. RCAP, the Regional Climate Action Plan, the city's been working with the county and the other cities, and they've come up with a plan, and that's, you're going to hear a little bit more about it coming up. The community survey was spearheaded by our mayor, Cheryl Kelly, and eventually the council had worked on it, and also the short-term rental committee before they were, no longer in existence, because fortunately during the whole term I've been here, 5 years and 10 months, we've had very minimal complaints from short-term rentals. So that's one of the achievements that I listed in the partial list that was also included in there. And then the last one is the water rate study, which we completed this year. And we were able to get RCAC to do it, and no cost to the city. And of course, no cost to the water. And since this is my last meeting, I do want to apologize to the community for, the additional costs for the water system. I've heard it day in, day out. And, it's unfortunate that things happened the way they did, but we're going to be moving forward and try to, minimize the costs. And fortunately, Lyle passed his T3, and then some of our other employees are going to be taking their T2s. And another one, Carl, who has his T2, is working towards eventually getting the T3. And once he has the 1,000 hours, and he's probably almost halfway there or close to it. So there's light at the end of the tunnel. So anyway, instead of going through the whole thing of the partial list of the city accomplishments during the time I've been here, I just leave that in the packet. People can review it. But I do want to just say thank you for the opportunity to have worked for such a terrific city. This is the fourth city that I've been a city manager in, and my favorite. You know, with the beauty every time that I look down Trinity Street towards the ocean, you know, just reminds me how fortunate we all are to be here. And also what a special place that needs to be preserved. And as a result, you know, hopefully with sea level rise and everything else that's going to be happening globally and climate change, that we can stay ahead of the curve and be ready for it to preserve this, because well, I teach at CR, so I'm going to be teaching my 4 classes coming up starting this weekend. And one of the things that I tell the class is, you know, when you look ideally the view of Earth from outer space, and we don't go too far out when we see the size of the Earth, the size of a pinhead, and we're all living here in that area. So really taking care of the planet is super important, and passing it on to future generations. So again, thank you for the opportunity to have worked in such a great city. And I've enjoyed working with the council. Been really a great council to work with, and staff. I mean, I just can't say enough about staff. We started off at 7. We're up to 11 now, including myself, but some of them are part-time. But whether they're part-time or full-time, they each contribute quite a bit to the city. And then also a special thanks to Gabe, because Gabe is just phenomenal. So no, you know, seriously, as a city manager, I appreciated his work because there wasn't ever really a challenge that he didn't say, I can take care of it. And as a city manager, you need that, you know, and I appreciate it. So then Angela's done a terrific job. Anton's here. Jennifer's not here right now. But yeah, you can go down the list, and they all have done a great job. Again, thank you. And the residents. I mean, a lot of good conversations, and it made me feel much at home, you know, where, you know, you talk to the people on the street, on the sidewalk, and, you know, their enthusiasm about the city just shines, and it makes you feel good to be a part of it. So thank you again, everybody.
Thank you.
Thanks, Eli. Thank you.
Your retirement.
Yeah.
And teach.
Yeah. Feel free to come to the beach anytime in Trinidad.
Okay, thanks.
Stroll around the trails.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Eli. Thanks very much. Any public comments or questions for Eli? Okay. Thank you. Thanks very much. That was a great list. I read the whole thing. I was very impressed. Our next item is a little bit of a look forward. I'm just going to spend maybe 1 to 2 minutes on this. And so if there are any questions, feel free to ask. Just given the time and the other item we need to get through, I don't want to spend too much time. But this aligns with our budget planning process and with community feedback that we received. And so these are kind of loosely the 8 buckets, I guess I would say, that our objectives for the year fall into. We want to focus a lot on community. The community asks for more events, additional events, and also better relationships with the tribal entities, which we've tried to do. We did hear from the community about customer service, i.e., you know, response times to complaints and getting back to folks with communication quickly and that kind of thing. And I think the staff works really, really hard on that, but I guess there's always room for improvement, and that was requested. Public safety, we've talked before about the law enforcement agreements and honing those. We got a reduction in our fees, which was great. We've added animal control agreements. We have the private security firm now. We talked about traffic calming earlier. Some things were popular, some are not. Disaster response, we enabled the community emergency response team. And as Eli mentioned, we're working on coastal resiliency. One thing I would mention that I should have put on public safety, Aaron reminded me, is the North Bay Fire Services. So fire is something that we're going to really have to look at. Like, how are we covering, what's our coverage in Trinidad and beyond for fire services? So that's something we can do as a potentially a service level agreement for the entire region. Recreation, we have already discussed, trails, tennis courts, you know, anything like that that gets us out and about and, you know, staying healthy. I wanted to put a focus on the team. You know, we've brought on board our new city manager, and we will do onboarding and retention. We, as you, many of you know, we've struggled with having a plant operator for the water plant. And those types of things, I think, really boil down to, you know, better job of recruiting and better job of retaining people in our beautiful city for as long as we can keep, you know, the good employees that we have. Policies we talked about earlier, the general plan needs to be finished, and obviously we have a lot of work to do on our ordinances, and I think we're aware of that, and that needs a focus. Finances, we were a little over, more than a little, a lot over budget on water, as Eli mentioned, and so the council has a fiduciary responsibility to really pay attention to that. Grant acquisition, as we described, is going really well. Facilities, I think the big news there is probably that we really want to focus on getting the town hall renovated this year. Next month, we'll talk about new windows that we're going to try to get, painting the facade, you know, on the outside, redoing the deck out front, the porch area, and connecting solar for the kitchen in case of emergencies. And the water plant, not water plant, but the water plant upgrades, which we discussed earlier, are a big focus. So, you know, I went through it very quickly, but that gives, you know, kind of gives you an idea, if you weren't here for the budgeting discussions, of where we're headed. And for the council, any questions or anything that I missed that you can think of at the moment?
Have you got heat included anywhere? It's cold in here.
I can fix that right now. Any other comments or questions?
Oh, that was a great summary of our future goals. I think that's really.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the public? Yes, Andrew.
On the law enforcement and the, I guess, I apologize if this has happened. Has there been anything directly to a meeting that was discussed? I'll just speak in minutes, but has there been any feedback on that so far as to like what's accomplished, what hasn't?
On the law enforcement, private security?
No.
The private security?
Yeah.
You know, all of it's been anecdotal. It's just been, you know, from members of the community who have really supported it and felt like it helped. And especially in the hot spots around the museum and the library and so forth. It's a good point. I don't think Jean has provided us with a actual report that I'm aware of.
Unlike the sheriff.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it'd be great to get him here and
And just because I don't have an opinion on whether.
Yeah, and get some
curious.
data on it.
Yeah.
Because mostly right now it's just people saying, oh, we really like it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm glad that you mentioned fire. So cogent.
Yeah, given the SoCal. Yeah. Okay, I don't see any other comments at the moment. And again, I'm kind of mindful of the hour. I usually have an agreement to get the council out as close to that time as possible. So with that, let's move on to the last item, which is the committee assignments. And how do you want to do this, Gabe? Should we just go through each one and do a quick?
Yeah, I don't have, we talked about, I think we kind of devised a grid that showed the frequency and the time and demand from some of these committees. Where it's a bit outdated. I think 2018 was the last time we did it. We made a commitment to get that updated with your help with once we get resituated here. But for right now, I don't have a strategy. I would just say let's take one at a time. We can tell you, and we know that Humboldt Waste Management Authority, we have a seat at the table, first one on the list, but we haven't been invited. So that one, we do have rep and an alternate, but we have not been active. At all, that I know of.
I would say with 1382, that might be changing a little bit. Maybe if the council members have time, they could sit in on that.
I don't think they've been having meetings that much.
Oh, yeah, no, that for the Humboldt Waste Management Authority, they do meet monthly. Previously, 5 cities in the county were members, Fortuna and Trinidad were not. We were invited before and then we didn't go, and then we were ready and said we're ready, and then they didn't, I don't know, but anyway, I guess it might make sense to check with Joe, to check with Fortuna and see how close they are to becoming members. And because we were working together.
All right, and see if we need to have someone assigned then. Okay, and then.
It wouldn't hurt to maybe identify people, but yeah, you could wait until that days, you know.
Does anybody have a desire to be on the Humboldt Waste Management Authority? Okay, let's see if we need anybody, because so far we don't have any
We can always bring it back.
passion around it just yet. HCOG, the next one, unless somebody else wants to, I'm happy to be the rep. I've been going to the meetings anyway. Would anybody else like to do it? It's mostly the Humboldt County Association of Governments. It's mostly transportation oriented. We talk about roads and bridges.
We also talk a little bit about housing.
Yes. How about an alternate? Would anybody like to be the alternate if I can't attend?
For HCOG?
Yes, for HCOG.
I'll do that.
Okay. Right. We don't need anybody for the next one, Shirai Management Implementation Plan, right, Gabe?
Yeah, the Shirai Management, I don't know why it's worded this way, but there's the Shirai Management Team. We've been meeting on a county, I'm sorry, we've been meeting on a staff level. But if they don't discuss cultural resources, then we can open those meetings to the public. And at that point, the council can attend. The council can't go when it's closed, but they can go when it's open. So you could have names there ready to go, whenever there's going to be an open meeting, which I think ideally in the future now, maybe a little bit more so than in the past, where we had some issues where there were slope failure, erosion, and so on that we had to address.
Be happy to be on that.
Okay. So we have Carrie as the rep for the TMT. And then an alternate.
I'm down as the alternate.
Do you want to stay?
We never have. Yeah, if it never happens, I'm happy to stay. It works for me.
I mean, it could, to Eli's point, they could call you guys in. Okay. The next one, Redwood Regional Economic Development. Is it the one? Yeah, Steve. So, Steve had been.
Yeah, Steve really liked that one.
Yeah, he did. It's economic development. If anybody's interested in it's, business related kind of, economic development for the region.
How often is it, do you know?
Gabe, I think it's.
Yeah, it's once a month.
What?
Once a month.
Oh, once a month.
Sorry. Yeah.
Do we know what day it is?
This is when it would have been good to have had Stephen Jack here, because they were attending some of those meetings.
Yeah.
Did you go to one of them?
I didn't.
Oh.
They meet
No, I haven't
the
been to
fourth
one.
Monday of the month, 6:30 p.m.
You wouldn't have an interest in that one? So we can hold off for now.
Which one are we on now?
We're still on our
REDAC.
EEC, the regional economic. Katie's an alternate. I'm putting my name in some other places, so that's why I'm not gonna. So let's just put that on a question mark for now. And then,
Will council member Breckenridge still be the alternate?
I've never been, and if I suddenly had to go, I'd be in the dark, but,
yeah,
I suppose it's a warm body.
I might consider it. I'm just curious about the other one.
You would be really good at it. I think if
Yeah, we
that
can
would be
come
your,
back.
yeah, I
Oh,
would
okay.
recommend you.
Oh, okay, well, then put me down.
I think you'd enjoy it. I mean, other than,
all right, who's
Okay.
Perry's on that one?
Yeah, I gotta get
Okay. Perry's first and Katie second. And then Humboldt Transit Authority is the next one.
I'd be interested in either.
Doing that one?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Put you down. Is anybody interested in being an alternate?
I would.
Any? Sorry, Gabe, I didn't mean to take over.
No, keep going.
I think I'm just like, you want to go, go home. Okay, Redwood Coast Energy Authority.
Yeah, I'd still like to be on.
Okay, so we'll just keep you and I on that, and that's fine. And then the Gateway Committee, I can continue to be a rep. They have not been meeting though, so we could just, I think we could just take that one off. Yeah, let's just take that one off.
oh, usually I think they meet sort of, this is the CCNF.
Yeah, they haven't met for, I would say, at least I haven't gotten anything for.
No, but if you're up again, I
You think?
Yeah,
Okay,
there's a new guy in DLM, Dan Zendler.
okay. All right, then I'll stay as the rep for that. I'm fine to be the rep for that. If somebody else, anybody else want to be the alternate?
And then just so everyone knows, the CCNM means the California Coastal National Monument. So it's the haystacks they call them that are out in the.
Yeah, it's a lot about kind of almost not visitor services, but sort of, right? Like,
Bird protection and drawing attention to the life on the sea stacks and of course, the lighthouse. Oh, and the grounds is part of it. That's where Denver is coming in. He's great.
excellent.
We have an alternate.
Glad Patty and
I'll be the alternate.
okay. And then we have, so that's the CCNM, then Humboldt County Convention, and okay, then we don't do that one anymore. The Humboldt County Convention Visitors Bureau, we passed that to the chamber because I attended a few and it wasn't a good fit for us. Oh yes, I'll continue to be primary because I've served. Anybody want to be secondary? Alternate? Kenny? Jay? He wants to go home too. Tomorrow you're gonna go. Okay.
Oh my God, are we done?
Yeah, just HMRA, Hazardous Materials Response Authority. I didn't even know I was on point, but I did.
You're doing a great job.
Is there an alternate for that one?
I can be on that one.
Okay, thanks, Carrie. There's not a lot of this stuff for us, so
Well, I
it's
used
pretty.
to do
yeah.
that when I worked in an insurance shop.
Oh, great. So the mayor's committee, I'm happy to continue to be representative, and then the mayor pro tem, it would make sense to be alternate for that particular committee. So I'll put Bryce down, and then the Trinidad Rancheria Yurok Tribal Government Liaison, that's usually, don't we do that ad hoc? Okay, so that's ad hoc. As we have meetings, we vote who can attend, and that helps with scheduling for everybody. League of California Cities, I think that's Kelly and Kenny, because that's also Mayor Pro Tem. Just blasting through here. Trinidad Trails, okay, now we're gonna slow down a little bit. So the Trinidad Trails Committee was led by Jack West, and I was the alternate. That is, yeah, exactly. What do we want to do?
There's gonna be talks of sign placements and sign, all that good stuff. So
yeah, so that's still ongoing. Do we need a council? Is it a council member that has? We have to have a council member lead that, right?
Yeah, appointment. I mean, I don't think necessarily they have to be the chair. I mean, we're talking
Well,
with
they
Jack.
just have to be
I told him
on.
maybe he could be a chair, but yeah, however you want to do it, we have to really read, Joe, you could check the ordinance, the way it's worded. But I would assume that someone else other than council member could be a chair. It's just that we need council members on the committee.
I've been on the trail.
Again, it might say,
For a couple
Well, I
of
haven't taken anything as the number one person yet, so I better take
You wanna take
something.
one?
It's gonna be over. I'll take that one.
And you don't have to travel, you can stay here,
All right, I'll continue to be the alternate for you, guys. I hadn't really needed to do much with Jack. Hopefully that will continue. All right, Water Advisory Committee. I'm gonna recommend that we sunset the Water Advisory Committee. The members are included Bryce, who's now on the council, myself, who's on the council, Jack Tuttle, who's on the council, Dwight, who has informed me that he would like to be replaced or removed because he can't devote the time to it right now. And I think, and my proposal would be that those decisions are better suited to sit with the council at this, that we've done all kind of the pre-work.
We're disbanding.
But that's my proposal, of sunsetting it.
I second that.
You second that? Okay.
Well, I don't know, okay, can we do that tonight?
I don't know if we need to agendize it or how that works. You guys know?
Yeah. It should be sunset. There's a resolution.
Okay.
Creating the committee, so there's.
Okay.
So we'll bring that back.
So let's bring that back then for a formal vote and public input and so forth. But that would be as the chair, that would be my recommendation. Trinidad Watershed Council was Steve. Okay, are they still meeting?
Yeah.
Okay.
Stuck around, I have a feeling that's that question. So I attend those meetings, Steve hasn't been attending them.
Oh, okay.
But I will do that.
Do you think you need somebody on the council or? Yeah.
Right now, but if it's open, if anyone ever does want.
I'd be happy with Angela reporting back, and I don't feel a need to be on that, but if anyone has a passion around it from the council.
Report back and think about it.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Angela. One that's missing.
Watershed Council.
All right.
It doesn't advise the city.
All right.
Animal Advisory Committee isn't on here, but I assume that Katie is still the primary, and Jack, and Jack Tuttle is the alternate. The other one that's not on here is LAFCO. The meeting tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. I'm happy to attend unless somebody else wants to do LAFCO.
Is that a normal city participation committee?
I think it is, yeah. Yeah, I honestly don't know who's been attending. What does it stand for? LAFCO, somebody know what it stands for, because I know what it is.
Local area.
Yeah, exactly. You got it all. Local area formation committee.
Yeah.
So that deals with like annexations.
Sphere of influence and municipal services.
Annexation, that.
I wouldn't mind doing
You
that.
want to do it? You can do it instead of me. And you want to be primary?
I don't really have tomorrow available.
Okay. Well, but I could do it tomorrow.
The next one, I can take over.
Okay. All right, so for LAFCO, Bryce is primary, I'll be alternate, and I'll attend tomorrow morning because I have it. Okay, and I'll let you know what goes on. Okay. The only other thing would be the North Bay Fire Services. Right now, we have you and I, Bryce, along with Joe as the city manager, and Sean, the thank you, fire chief.
Yeah, definitely am interested now.
So if you guys are okay with that, then it'll be myself and Bryce, and then of course the city manager and the fire chief. Because that's about getting the fire coverage that we described. Have we missed anything? Everybody happy? Any public comments about the assignments?
Yes, I have a comment.
Okay. Yes.
I think it would be a mistake to disband the Water Advisory Committee. I think there's a number of extremely important duties that the Water Advisory Committee needs to do. And if there's not enough energy amongst the existing members, the council can reach out to the community and find some other people who are interested in serving. The most important task, I would argue, for the city to work on is water resiliency. And I think because it's so difficult to work on it, it gets kicked down the road. And this has been going on many years. And I think that it would be way too much work for the council to try to focus on it. I think we need an active Water Advisory Committee.
Thank you, Paula. Thank you. We
You're
will, just to be clear, we're not sunsetting it tonight. We're going to talk about it at a future meeting because it needs to be agendized.
Understood.
So, but you know, your comments are going to be taken into consideration. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Let's see, any other public comments about assignments?
I just had a comment as well on the Water Advisory Committee as the Planning Commission representative for that. Still present, still willing to serve on that. And I would just encourage in this month, as you guys.
I'm sorry.
As you guys, that's all right. No, as you guys consider what to do with it, maybe reach back historically and kind of think about what was the impetus for the origin of the Water Advisory Committee. And water is going to continue to be an issue. From the Planning Commission standpoint, we struggle to get input from the public in a timely fashion. So by putting this onus back onto the council, it's one less opportunity perhaps for public to provide input on an issue. And I know that's a frustration for all city government officials to get that public input. So just something to think about.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right, Aaron. And we traditionally did not get a huge turnout at the Water Advisory Committee, right? So we get generally more people at a council meeting.
But we did have a citizen representative, Bryce, who was filling that position, right, as a general member of the public. So.
Oh, right.
And Dwight.
Yes.
Right, and Dwight. So it would be eliminating some opportunities for input for people that have passion. That's all.
Okay, well, and let's talk about it some more because there's a lot of energy around it. Then maybe we need to keep doing it, but we need to have that discussion. Okay, I think that's it. I'm going to adjourn the meeting. Thank you, everyone. Pardon me, future agenda items. Are there any future agenda items?
Yeah, when I got here 3 years ago and was running for the council, I had a number of people talking to me about the conflict between the water plant here and the Humboldt Bay hookup, and disagreeing with what had happened and wanting that opened again. That was 3 years ago. And I've heard a lot of anecdotal information about how intense the discussion was, and there was some feeling that it was not a thorough discussion. And since then, we've had enormous, costs in terms of having to have help. And even though some of these problems that we've had with the water plant are being worked out, I understand that there was a water study that was proposed back then that never took place. And I would like to put on the agenda a discussion of the possibility of investigating a hookup with Humboldt, a water study. I'm not sure exactly where the discussion would go, but I'd like to see that on the agenda, just because I know it's going to take more than one meeting, and it's,
Yeah, I guess my concern with opening that can of worms up again right now would be that the water fund is in such dire condition that to allocate money for a study, another possibility that would change any of the events that occurred, rates going up, and in my opinion, would not lead to anyone paying less for water in Trinidad than we're currently paying. I see how it could possibly, but I don't think the timing would be right for that myself personally. And we've got our new city manager on board who I think is going to be very proactive in trying to get the water department under control and looking at all aspects of, source of water, the whole Mariana, as they say. So I could be wrong about that, but that's my gut feeling. So
I don't know where the conversation would go if it is on the agenda, whether it would go to a water study or not. I would like to see a discussion held about the pros and cons of possibility of a hookup down the road. I understand it would take years for it to even happen if we did go that way. And with the climate change, and we don't know, if we're going to be able to continue using the creek the way we have. I just think there's a lot to discuss, even if it doesn't go to spending money on a water study. I mean, that might be an outcome of having it on the agenda, but I still would like it on the agenda.
We work to have water resiliency on the agenda, or some such title that encompasses sort of kind of a go forward plan, like give Joe time to come on board, but but down the road, maybe in a few months, Joe could update us with water plant staff on kind of what's the staffing model going to look like for the water plant, and are there any other improvements that needed to be made, and more of a holistic view of the water plant operation and what the strengths and weaknesses are. And then if we need to fill gaps, what's our backup plan if something goes haywire? Is that potentially a hookup to Humboldt Bay, or is it some other option? But we could do it from that perspective, which is kind of the approach the Water Advisory Committee takes, right? Is looking at the big picture.
I mean, Joe has not, read the PWA study that was alluded to earlier today.
Right.
I think, I just have a feeling he's going to be instrumental in helping us formulate the best position on our long-term water system strategy. So I would hate to see something start sort of sidetracking that before he's really had a chance to get started. And,
does that work for you, Katie, though, to give Joe a chance to kind of get his feet wet, so to speak? And
what are we talking about? A number of months or
I would say, no, I would say, I mean, what's reasonable, Joe, a couple months to like March, April?
I think we're going to have a planning council joint meeting, right? That's going to be coming up. Edwards Street discussion is going to take the better part of the rest of that meeting. We're going to have a mid-year budget review coming up. So that's going to take us into March. April, we're going to start talking about budget. May, going to take up part of both of those months. So we're probably into June. I mean, I can do an update on the water plant sometime between now and budget, just to give you all an idea of what we have so that you can make informed budget decisions when we go forward about the enterprise funds and where the water's at. By then I'll have taken out my witching wand and figure out where the water sources are. My bag tricks. Yes, I can bring something for probably at the March meeting about the water plant and my own perspective from a kind of little, maybe 30, not quite 30,000 feet.
I don't know if that's, no, it's not broad enough for what my
Okay.
interest is.
All right, maybe we need to then bring this to the council as an agenda item, whether or not the council considers, you know, the topic.
Certainly go back.
I mean, if the council doesn't agree on a topic, for example, if Bryce and Katie have differing opinions, I guess the other option is we break the tie by calling for a vote, but I don't know really procedural.
I think we can ask if there's support on the council for one or the other.
Yeah,
I think
okay.
that would be fair.
Fair enough. Is there support from Carrie, Doc? Do you have opinions on this?
I feel like I remember them talking about that. I mean, Dwight was really active on it. So it'd be good to get, I guess, a clear picture from my perspective since I just joined the council. But I guess I would steer it more towards like, you know, the emergency preparedness and, you know, evaluating what's happened in LA and, you know, what kind of, you know, track plan we have for something like that. I mean, there's a big fire that broke out in Colorado and it just spread between houses. It was just a house fire, but because of the winds, like it spread amongst houses and took down whole communities, whole neighborhoods. So,
that's a really good point. That's why people have brought it up to me, frankly. John?
There's a lot of moving pieces that's going to be happening in the next few years with the Rancheria decoupling from us. So we're going to actually have a surplus of excess water that we now need to open up new service lines to other people outside the area.
Potentially, yeah.
And then when they are coupled to Humboldt Bay, we can have an emergency intertie to them to then pull extra water when we do have fires in the area. So that's going to be a resource for us very soon. Maybe in the next 5 years.
I think they would, I think that would be a discussion to have with them, whether that was feasible or possible, which I think would tie a little bit with what Katie's saying to agenda, because they may or may not.
We're also going to have that intertie with West Haven, which I think it's more to the benefit of West Haven, just from my initial discussions with staff and other people, but it's certainly something that if we have a main break in low water situation, it would definitely help us maintain that emergency supply that we could need. So that's one source that we're already working on. It's going to help us provide additional capacity. So we can continue this discussion.
I think we're going to have to, because it's supposed to be a future topic.
Yeah,
But then it's hard. Patty, you go ahead though, because you had your hand up. Yeah, let's do a public comment. Let's do public comment.
Still on the call. I know she's read every Trinidad City water study for the last 30, 40 years.
Exactly.
Paula, sorry if I'm putting you on the spot, but she's always been interested in being on the Citizen Advisory Committee, and I shouldn't be saying this, but she can speak for herself. But since she's there, I know how interested she is in this. That a Citizen Advisory Committee to renew, I think, for the peace, and she knows a lot. So if you Joe should talk to her.
Good point.
You need to call them.
Call a good resource. Aaron, did you want to say something too?
I was just going to say, from what I heard, Katie's asking to have this discussed, and then from the bench, what I just witnessed was a lot of opinions and potential discussion surrounding that issue. So to me, it kind of seems like perhaps there's interest in having discussion about this topic. And I certainly appreciate that it's absolutely polarizing in the past and polarizing in the future. But we have to have brave, difficult conversations and still smile and shake hands as we see each other in the streets. That's what it takes. And we've got to think about, I'm getting into discussion now too on it. So I just want to make the point that
it's really hard not to.
It appears that there's interest for discussion on the topic based on the fact that 5 minutes talking about whether or not we want to discuss it. Let's throw that out there.
Well, it also
happens up.
It also calls into question, what is our process for putting items on the agenda? my impression was that the so-called executive committee, which was the mayor pro tem and the city manager, would decide what to be on the next agenda.
Let's
Maybe I'm wrong.
tee it up. Let's tee it up, and then I consider it right now. Future topics have been teed up. Are there any other future topics that anybody wants to tee up besides this? Okay, then I'm going to take this offline. And
I want to do the analysis of the noise generated by the pickleball, so we don't lose out in the weeds.
Okay. Yes. So that's future topic. Yes, is just a report back maybe from staff, and we can work offline on that. And then to your point, Bryce, what we will take forward then is this future topic has been recommended, and you and I and the city manager will discuss it. And we'll also discuss the process by which agenda items are put on the agenda, so that we're all clear on that. Because
maybe we need to formalize in writing that process.
Yeah. I mean, I think we may eventually just take it to a vote, like we literally agendize it and vote, but I don't know, because I don't know about the process. Yeah. So let us work on that, and we'll come back. And Katie, thank you for the suggestion. Okay. I think we're adjourned. I feel like it's time. Thank you, everybody.
You know, we're at 9 a.m.